Lindsay. Good morning. Today is Tuesday, December 12th, 2023, and the time is now 9 a.m. This meeting of the Gilpin County Board of Commissioners is hereby called to order. There will be 5 opportunities for public or press comment during the meeting today. Comments can be made at the beginning and the end of the meeting, and there's also opportunity for relevant public or press comment during each of today's 3 public hearings. If you would like to speak online, please use the raise hand feature on the screen. Please note each comment is limited to 3 minutes per person. County Manager Rears will keep time during the comment periods. If you wish to speak during the public comment, please sign in at the front desk. Are there any amendments to the agenda?
There was one that Ray mentioned. We're adding Sahari, is that correct? So we're adding clerk and recorder Sahari McCormick, who's going to present a letter regarding elections.
And that item will be on, that comment will be item 9.5 on the agenda. The next item is the conflict of interest statement.
Thank you, commissioners. Just want to confirm that today, the business before you, you don't have any conflicts of interest or personal financial interests in the subjects at hand that you would be deciding today.
I do not.
I do not have any conflict of interest.
I do not have any conflicts.
Thank you, commissioners.
Next on the agenda is the public or press comment. The floor is now open to hear public or press comments. Speakers must state their name and address slowly and clearly. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. Do we have anyone on the list who would like to come up for public comment at this time? Deputy Clerk, is anyone listed for the comment at this time?
Is it for one general?
Yes, general.
General comments.
For general public comments, we have Donna O'Cray Parman.
Ms. Parman?
Good morning.
Could you test your microphone, please?
Yes. Hello.
Yeah,
That's a
I
public
would
Yeah.
hear you.
You need to speak.
Pull it close.
Right.
Hello,
Name-
hello.
Yeah, your
Say
name.
right
Yeah,
there.
It's working.
Yes.
Donna, okay, just put it really close. Pull it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Donna O'Cray Perman. I live at 529 High Point Circle in Black Hawk. Thank you for being here this morning and listening to the public. I want to, at this moment, thank you for having the meeting, but also say that one of the things the people at the Gilpin Light are going to start really seriously working on this year is opening up the meetings. Because I know y'all have been working really hard on this budget, but we need to have these meetings recorded that we could watch them at home, in the comfort of our home, and just hear what the ideas are, what's being planned, and how y'all are feeling about it. It just feels very closed because when we came in our group for a couple of times, it's like there's no back and forth communication. And if it is, it's rushed and quick, you know. I just think that it's time to start opening this county government up to the people who pay the taxes. That's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Donna. Online?
Bruce Parman. Another. You'll pass?
No, Madam Chair, no one online.
So the public comment is now closed. And next on the agenda, and this consent agenda, are there any corrections or amendments to the consent agenda?
No, I have none.
Hearing none, may I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda, which consists of the clerk and recorder's end of month report for November 2023, the treasurer's report for October 2023, and the meeting minutes for the November 14th, 2023 meeting.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda, which includes the clerk and recorder's report, treasurer's report, and the meeting minutes for November 14th.
And I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next on the agenda, item number 4 is new employee introductions. Human Resource Director Chanda Johnson will now introduce the staff members.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Today we have 2 departments here with new employees they'd like to introduce to you. So if it's okay, I will ask Elisa Witt with our Public Health Department to come up first.
Morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning.
I would like to introduce Marie Larson, who was hired 3 weeks ago, approximately. She started as our new community health specialist. Marie is a recent graduate with her master's in public health, and we are thrilled to have her on board. Thank you.
Thank
Great.
you.
Welcome,
And
Marie,
congratulations.
welcome.
Thank you. Good morning.
I have here today our new caseworker.
Could
Kate.
you introduce yourself, please?
My name is Paige Sons and I'm the Child and Adult Protection Program Manager.
Thank you.
I've got Caitlin Mitchell here today, our new caseworker too, that started back in October.
Mm,
Great, welcome.
Welcome, Caitlin.
Glad you're here.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, item number 5, public hearing. The Board of County Commissioners will now conduct a public hearing for Resolution 23-124, adopting the 2024 budget. Today is December 12th, 2023, and the time is now 9:07. Finance Director Joe Allaire will present.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm presenting to you today the 2024 budget. This budget has been worked on since you received it on October 10th. We look to finalize this budget in the coming week, mostly due to changes that have occurred at the state level in legislation surrounding property taxes, surrounding our certification of our mill. This budget was really informed, I think, by 3 major pillars or 4 major pillars. The first pillar being switch to priority-based budgeting as the county looks to utilize funds in a way that is more targeted to community needs. We've introduced priority-based budgeting for the first year. I believe that the priorities were satisfied by the board in looking at 3 of the major studies that happened within the county this year. One being the capital study produced by an outside company and given to the facilities director, Ryan Keenan. This report really took a look at the capital needs of the county from a neutral lens and found that we had over $20 million of immediate needs, or right about at $20 million of immediate needs. This current budget really targets that and does what it can with county funds while still being very conservative, or still being mindful that we have to save money. So currently there is $7 million in capital in this fund, 6.4 million, or in this budget, 6.4 million of which is going to direct capital needs, and then 589,000 going to replace vehicles that are either in unsafe conditions or far past the end of their useful life. And that's not adding new vehicles, that really is replacing the existing fleet we have. Another pillar of this was a staffing and compensation study, which was done, which I will break into 2 parts. Again, we had an outside group come in with a neutral lens and look at Gilpin County's staffing and compensation. And we are working to meet with those goals to ensure that we can continue with government continuity, that we have the right people in the right places, that we don't have too much staff in places, and that we have enough staff in places to meet the needs of the county. It also looked at where we were as far as compensation in our market, which was something that the company defined in a very logical way. And that helped inform our compensation in this budget. So that is the budget I'm presenting to you today. I know that we've spent countless hours going over this in work sessions and talking about every aspect of this. I know that revenue was tightened up a little bit due to some things that happened, and costs obviously in this budget are going up, but these costs are rising really due to the reasons we've talked about. Capital needs, safety needs, and continuity of government through staffing and compensation. So that is my high level on this. And as I said, we continue to wait for mill levy numbers, and we also wait for our partners, the library, to finalize some of their numbers before we can pass this budget into its final form.
Well, I see that you gave us some charts today as far as, you said we're kind of just,
Those are,
descriptive.
those are a historical look kind of, well, it's a look this year and a look back at last year of kind of the spend by department. I think it's something you can review on your own and kind of look at. I believe that as we move into priority-based budgeting, things like this will be less and less important, because I think we'll need to look at this a different way. We'll need to define the priorities we have for the county, which I know we did, but then we can define how the money flowed to those priorities in a different way rather than looking at it by department. But that is a sanity check kind of where the revenue is, where the expense is. And as always, it shows, one of our biggest expenses is our justice division, the sheriff's department, patrol, detentions, and, those are things that we absolutely need for public safety. So that makes sense. That is the largest part of our expense.
If you're finished with presentation, I will now open the hearing to public comment. Are you okay with that?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
So I will now open it to public comment, and please speak your name clearly and give your address clearly as well. If you have signed, we prefer if you sign up here to make a public comment on the 2024 budget hearing. Do you have a list you want to call?
Donna O'Cray Parman.
Good morning.
I'm not sure this is on, is it? 'Cause
It
we-
is, but you need to
have to-
speak up and
Yeah,
speak
I'm-
right into
I
it.
practically put
You
my
almost,
lipstick on
yeah,
that
you
day.
almost have to touch it.
Okay. I would like to speak with you that we have gone over all of these numbers on the proposed budget that we received when we were here, and I know that it was a project in process. However, when we attended these meetings, we found out really from a couple of our commissioners that the commissioners may not have gotten the message from the people when they voted, which was not that we were voting against the rec center. It was not that. It was about the funding for the rec center. And it was about that the county had paid for the funding for the community center, rec center, for 17 years before COVID, and it was open 7 days a week. I've never once in the first 7 years or so that I lived here ever gotten a call from anybody at the rec center that said the pools aren't open today because somebody has the flu. It's like we need more people to work at the rec center, more part-time people to keep those pools running. The pools are a health line for elderly people. We want that rec center open and healthy, just like the day that it was opened. And we believe that by going through your proposed budget, many of the items could be shifted to next year's budget. If you all you insisted on putting that new tax 1A on the ballot to try to save the rec center. The thing is, We all love it. We all want to support it, but out of the general fund. We have a wealthy general fund. We disagree with a lot of the things that are being budgeted for. Like, for instance, the $1.5 million food pantry that is completely unnecessary. The money could be put into the rec center, hiring more people in the part-time areas where the people would be the lifeguards and all. Do a hiring campaign at the high school, and the kids want the jobs, you know, they're not just like laying around. They would like to have the job. So open it up, open it up. But these expenditures, so many things, the pet projects of some of you, which none of us have been told about. We didn't even know about revamping the East Portal cabins, which are a pit. It's like you were talking when we were here about $50,000 just to begin that project. It's like many people in this county don't agree with what you're doing and how you're spending the money. We want the rec center, start taking some of the funds from this. We got it all together, and Joe, it's nothing personal against you, honestly. It's just coming to we had 14,650,485 that were just some of the increases proposed this year that we're just asking you to revisit before next week, and just put enough money into the community center that we can have it open 7 days a week, possibly even earlier, so that people who work
minutes.
in the county can use it before or even after work. Thank you.
Donna, if you could provide your name and address just for the record. I know you did in the last public hearing.
Come on over. We're having a party. 529 High Point Circle, Donna O'Cray Parman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bruce Parman.
Good morning,
Hi,
Bruce.
Morning. I'm
Morning.
Bruce Parman. I live at 529 High Point Circle, Dory Lakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, back for the last, for 17 years, the rec center was paid for out of the general fund of the budget. And that was a wonderful thing. It was recognized as one of the central beautiful things in the county for the people. And when in 20, it looked like maybe we were inclined to have a problem, Donna, a whole mess of people in this county stood up and rallied to try and make the money to carry it on, with the promise that it was going to be sundown. And that's where we got the problem. It's not that we didn't want that rec center. We just don't like being misled. And we didn't want to take on this rec center as a personal additional income tax in this county. We wanted to continue the way it was. So, yeah, we looked over your budget proposal, and we see increases in salaries and benefits, and increases in the amount of money for food to provide for meetings and for whatever other in the necessary, maybe parties, I don't even know, but I see hundreds of % of increase in those funds. And I see spending on all kinds of other things, office renovations and things like that are maybe proposed. Those are fine. I don't have a problem with that, but that's not an indication of a poor county. This county has plenty of money. We had a couple of really great years with the casinos, and at the same time, we were paying to support the rec centers. So those millions that we were paying were in addition to the money that you had. So you had plenty of money that you could have put the new roof on the building, but did it happen? No, it did not happen. Nobody did it. And somehow this year it gets into the budget, but it's not funded. Why is it not funded? That makes the budget look like it's in arrears, but it's not. The problem was that you have a roof that you got to take care of. Well, take care of it. If you going to put it in there as an expense, and you've got a fund that comes from somewhere else, then move the money over to balance out that budget, but you didn't do it. So it looks bad. Well, anyway, people love our rec center. Don't get the wrong idea there. And we just want to see that we're treated fairly in this county, especially when it comes to our taxes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce. We have next.
Jane Sterling.
Good morning, Jane.
My name is Jane Sterling and I live at 30 Trail Dust Road. I just have a few things here. One being that when I came to the budget meeting on December the 4th, I believe that was the date, that you were considering different options for opening the rec center. And I think one of them spoke about shifting the Tuesday close date to a Wednesday close date because the rec center, after the mill levy was passed and the residents voted to keep the rec center open, one of the days it was closed was Tuesdays. It wasn't open to the public. It was only open for daycare or kids, which is really a pet peeve to me because I feel like if it's open for kids, it should be open to the community as well, even if it involves hiring a lifeguard for that day or a staff person to check people in and out. I feel as a resident that that should be available to the public as well, not just daycare or kids. And I think that one of the days that you were considering was doing that on Wednesday with the new budget in the coming year. And so I would hope that you would consider, instead of just opening on Wednesday for kids, you would open it to the community and the public as well. And another thing I would like to ask is, I would like to ask Susan, when I came to that meeting, one of the options was to have the community center open 4 days with no pool. And I thought I heard you say, Susan, that we could just fill that area in and use it for something else. And I just was curious as to what you meant by that comment. Could you maybe explain what you meant by that comment?
Oh, that area, if need be, one of the things we could look at is repurposing it. I know seniors have always wanted their own room or facilities. That could be part of the space. I've did some research and also saw that climbing walls are very popular and things like that. But if you were here at our final work session, we went ahead and we had made a decision that it will be open 4 days a week with the pool 4 days a week. So that decision
on the
has already
proposed
been
budget,
on the
then. It's not-
proposed budget,
not
yes.
that feature yet.
Well, I just wanted clarification as to what you meant by filling that area in with other things. So, because I didn't know if you meant do something with the pool itself so that it was not available for use again in the future, or what you exactly meant by that, but, okay. Yeah, there isn't a whole lot of space in there to really use for other areas, for other things. And you have things like that already available in the gym and stuff, so
3 minutes.
that just didn't sound like. And just one comment, I just wanted to see, I read the Rec Center Connect letter this week, and I saw that there was another employee hired that was picking up 2 regular shifts and some other coverage during the week. And I'm just making the comment because I find that interesting when we don't even know where the rec center budget is for the coming year and why we're hiring new people to work in there when we don't even know what the budget is. And, maybe somebody quit, I don't know, but just making the comment.
Thank you, Jane.
So to remind the commissioners, generally under public comment, it's just comment. It's not a Q&A opportunity.
Right.
Thank you.
Eric Douglas.
Eric Douglas, 1327 Golden Gate Drive. I just want to thank the commissioners and the staff for coming up with a budget over, I don't know how many meetings you've had and how many, in a very difficult political and economic environment. And I really don't think that there's anyone in the government here trying to cheat us. So I just want to let you know that I appreciate what you've done. And I understand that some of you have been attacked personally, which is, I can understand is very uncomfortable. And you hung in there, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Eric.
Philip Gibbs.
Bill Gibbs, 2107 Dory Hill Road. I want to say that I think it was the right thing to put the vote to the community on 1A. We know where the community stands. I'd also like to say that the budget contains all kinds of things that I may not be fully aware of or fully support. You're doing your job. If people don't like certain things, it might just be unfortunate that they have to pay a little bit for those things. So that said, I think you're doing the right thing by holding a large reserve and funding capital requirements is essential. It's been overlooked for years, and so I applaud that as well. And if casino revenue is seen as like the answer for the county's budget dreams and hopes, it's really not a stable enough source to do that. It's down 7%, the most recent report. So you're doing what you can with what you've got. And what you didn't get was enough dedicated revenue to keep the rec center open 7 days a week. Thanks.
Thank you, Phil.
Arwen Eck.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Morning.
Arwen Eck, 187 Forest Hill Road. The Holistic Homestead, for which I'm the founding director, has been improving health and wellness in Gilpin County since 2013. For the past 10 years, our programs and services have brought the community together through active partnerships and collaborations with local organizations, including Eagles Nest and Parks and Recreation. It is essential to appreciate how interconnected we all are. Not only has the homestead provided fresh, healthy produce and healthy education programming to Eagles Nest and Parks and Rec youth program, but we've also created thriving community programs that build healthy communities through education, outreach, and advocacy. The reality on the ground, without mill levy funding, Parks and Rec will have to cut the wonderful community events that Crystal Meyer has developed and delivered over the past 2 years, including scaling back or completely cutting the farmers market, the fun run, the health fair, and vital community events that are threatened by the lack of community support and the lack of funding. So my message is not just for you commissioners, but really speaking to the entire community who needs to show up for Parks and Rec. As we are all interconnected with Eagles Nest closing, Parks and Rec is being called upon to fill the gap in childcare, and yet without significant funding, Parks and Rec is also having to contract their programs and services, including the youth program, Taekwondo, community events without childcare, after-school youth programs, Taekwondo, and community events. The homestead will not have the capacity to bring the farmers markets and health fair events to Gilpin County. Our community does not have the capacity to absorb further contraction. I encourage everyone in the community to show up and work together now before the essential basic services, childcare, community gathering spaces, and healthy food collapse and disappear completely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathleen Belfour.
Kathleen Balfour, 392 Tchaikovsky Road. I just want to make sure that everybody knows it is the right thing to do to put those things on the ballot. Of course it is. And then when the community speaks, then those things ought to be listened to. So I think the food pantry ought to be one of those things that we put on the ballot for the public to vote on also. Some of the bigger issues like that, we're going to spend millions of dollars on things that are only open 3 days a week or 3 hours a week, then the public ought to have an input on those kinds of things too. So the rec price to change, you know, some of the things that I saw on the budget were just over and beyond. I just thought there was a lot of waste on the budget. Of course, we all need to work together, and there's things that I like and things that you like and things that we all don't like on the budget. You guys have to do your job with the money you're allotted. But when I see that the food pantry buys over $1,000 worth of fresh organic turkeys and 17 turkeys, and who gets those turkeys, because I know the families in this county did not receive fresh organic turkeys from Nederland. You know, that seems like a big waste to me. When there's something of $77,000 for new chairs for this room, that seems like a big waste to me. So there are wastes, there are things to cut out of every budget. When I do my budget at home, I can cut my Starbucks out. I can cut my new clothes out. You know, there's things to cut out of everything, and there's always waste to be found. So there's never any voice of reason up here that says, yes, we can take some of this and we can move it over here and we can, you know, do this. But if the rec center is voted down, then all of a sudden everybody wants to close it. That's not an option. It is the hub of our community. We have people here from mental health that say, hey, we have mental health issues in our community. We have suicide, we have drugs, we have veterans, we have people that are senior citizens that don't have, they're isolated, especially in the winter, they're isolated. We need that rec center, and we need it open every darn day. If you want to have food cooking classes, we need more community involvement. Let's get in there and get some classes going. Let's get some participation. Great, but we can't shut it, and just to threaten that to the community is just not right. I voted no on that mill levy. And I voted no because, well, I can afford the mill levy. You want to mill levy me all day? Sure, I can afford it. But there's other people in this community I was voting for. I was voting for the seniors who can't afford the mill levy, and for people moving into this county who can't afford the mill levy or can't for the rest of their lives. And I wasn't going to make a conscious vote for 3,000, 6,000 other people. So I just want you to know that it isn't the rec center mill levy issue. It's all
3 minutes.
And if we can't find 600,000 out of $14 million worth of waste that we came up with, if you can't find 600,000 to keep the rec center open, then that's a sad situation.
Thank you, Kathleen. Hearing no other, is there anyone online?
Sorry. Madam Chair, no one online has raised their hand.
Okay, the hearing is now closed to public comment. Do I have a motion to continue this public hearing for the 2024 budget to December 19th, 2024 at 9 a.m. at this location?
I move that,
Excuse me, is there any discussion between the commissioners before the motion?
I just want to say that I appreciate the comments, and unfortunately, the comments seem to be more based on the first edition of the budget. And so many changes have been made. There was no, I don't know who you think said the recreation center would be closed. I don't recall anyone at this table saying that. We did fund the recreation center, as was mentioned, 4 days open, 4 days pool. We haven't had the final vote, but that's what's in the proposed budget. And then, as was mentioned, capital improvements and supporting our staff to retain our staff and honor our staff are major parts of the budget as well. And when you see the budget, the version 3, which it'll be, you'll see that the sheriff's office is a third of the county budget. And that's just the way that it needs to be for public safety. And so I just want to invite you when version 3 is available to please look at it and look through for the items that you're hoping to see. Another thing, we took out the chairs because, you know, this year it didn't seem like a thing to do. And that's one of those things that just keeps getting put down the way to do, but it's not as high a priority as replacing vehicles and things for our staff safety as well. So that's all I want to say is I invite you to look at the final version when it's out.
We haven't seen the final budget either. It is. We have not received the final budget. We will get a copy of it before the December 19th meeting. Commissioner Brewer, do you have any comments?
No, just that there is a third copy of, or third draft of the budget that's been worked on, and needs to be understood that, you know, we focus mainly on core services that we need to offer for the county and that support the county. And it's a very conservative budget when we look at the amount coming in, and also considering that the casino revenue has already been shown to be going down or flat. So we always keep that in mind as well.
Also to talk, speaking about the discussions on the rec center, we've had several meetings in the course of the budget discussion, and a lot of options were brought up. One was the discussion of getting pricing for completely closing the pool, how much that would cost, keeping the rec center open, but the pool totally closed. There was another option to keep the pool open, I think I'll get this right, 3 days a week. The rec center open 3 days a week with the pool open, pool closed. There was another option looking at the pool, the rec center being open 4 days a week and the pool open 2 days a week. And then there was another option looking at the pool, the rec center being open 4 days a week and the pool being open 4 days a week. At our final discussion, so it was discussed, it was brought up. We did get pricing for all those options, and those were reviewed at our last meeting. The final direction that the commissioners gave was to keep the pool open 4 days a week and the rec center open 4 days a week. So that I anticipate that's going to be in our final budget that we see. So again, it was discussed, there are ideas out there, and so to say that it was not brought up, that all those options were brought up to review. As far as, you know, the overall budget, I think personally, I think that there is room for addressing some of the expenses, to look at some of the expenses that have increased over, you know, since the 2022 budget. There have been quite a few increases, and I think one of them is staffing. Part of that report that we got from the report that we got on staffing and compensation, the board earlier agreed to look at the compensation for employees that were below normal, as far as they were not even paid what was normal for other counties. And so we brought them up to the minimum level. And so we are looking at that as compensation. But the other part that we have not looked at yet, which is been told that we're going to look at it in 2024, is the staffing. And I believe that's where a lot of the expenses have increased from 2022 to this point in time. So we'll be looking at staffing in 2024 to see where, taking the recommendations from the consultant that we hired. Again, they are recommendations. They're not anything that we have to follow, but they give us a good goal, an idea of what departments, you know, how they're staffed. We have a better understanding of how they're staffed. And so I'm looking forward to 2024 so we can really look at our staffing, because that's where we can reduce, I believe, the the expenditures that we've had accumulated over the past few years. And again, always keeping in mind, in the back of my mind, trying to maintain the operation of the rec center and the pool.
I just wanted to add about the decision that we have proposed for reserves. The last board implemented retaining 0.8%, well, 8% of gaming funding and putting it into a dedicated fund for wildfires, disasters, and those types of things that could happen, because that would be protection for our county. And the fund they had in the way past had really dwindled down. So we are bringing that up to the 4 million that we had proposed at REACH. And then in addition, we have a proposal for acquisitions. The county's never had an acquisition fund that would give the opportunity to have money ready should we have the opportunity for things like water rights, because water is so precious and hard to find. So we decided that we would have those types of funds already set aside, so the money's available. Then we also decided to put aside 6 months of operating costs for the county, because we need to have that in case revenue changes during the time period. I think all of you know that the gaming money comes in approximately September 1st. So between January 1st and September 1st, we need to have money to operate as a county. So I just thought I'd mention that, and that totals $20 million, and that's the floor for our reserve accounts for those three purposes.
And also a comment on that, we have always had a reserve. It had been over $20 million for a few years, and Finance Director Joe Alier said that he wanted to know what our threshold was for using that funding, and reserve funding. And as a board, we decided we wanted to maintain the 6 months operating reserve. And the $4 million was, the 8% reserve gaming was decided in previous board for emergencies, as Commissioner Collins indicated. So we decided on that number at this point in time is 20 million, which we had already. So we had reserved, I think, 23 million and previously, and then we said we were willing to go down to 20 million reserve for operating expenses. And one of the reasons that's rather high for a lot of counties, keeping that much reserve. But the concern was that since we are a county with one major industry, and we've went through COVID where it hit us hard, there's the concern of the board that that is a reason why we keep higher reserve. I did speak to the commissioners in Teller County, which also has gaming. Their gaming is not as large as their budget as Gilpin County, but they keep 6 months of a reserve in their and for their county as well. So that's kind of how we came up with that number. Again, it's not a hard and fixed number, as you know, it's something that we try to adjust and float. Sometimes it might be below 20 million and sometimes above 20 million, but that is the target.
But the target is six months of reserve plus an emergency fund. And then depending on how the numbers flow, that's what we will be keeping as reserves.
That as this board next in 2024 will make that as a policy. Future boards could change that, but that's where we came up with that numbers. And is there anything else on the budget that you want to present or explain?
Just to reiterate on the capital improvements, the last board did fund capital improvements, and they're more hidden in the past budgets between facilities, vehicle purchases, and the money was distributed by departments. So our finance director is moving toward having it more identifiable as a lump sum paid, a lump sum, so that the community can see the totals that are there. And so the decision is recommended to spend, the $7 million this coming year, if we can find the contractors, and we're hoping that we can, to complete many of the projects and start to tackle toward the 20 million that's been identified. And of course, as you know, with capital improvements, they'll keep coming. But that was a decision to, so the spending in 2024 is going to look very huge. So please keep that in mind, that between the reserves of $20 million, capital spending of $7 million, that's $27 million of the spending that, reserves and spending that have been identified. But that's all for trying to get things done and protect our assets, our buildings.
I just want to make a comment again, and Commissioner Hollingsworth commented about capital expenditures. Finance Director earlier indicated that during that study that was done, there's approximately $20 million of capital improvements that were required over a 20-year time period. But about 50 million of that was immediate, to be done immediately. So again, it would this year, in this year's 2024 budget, there's proposed $7 million to address the capital improvements. So that.
Well, it's deferred maintenance. Capital
Deferred-
maintenance
yes,
is what it is.
deferred maintenance.
It's not capital improvement.
Now, if there's no further comment, I would like a motion to continue the public hearing.
Madam Chair, I move that we continue the public hearing for adopting the budget to December 19th, which is next Tuesday. And at that time, we'll have a hearing, but it will not include public comment. Your opportunity is today. It'll be for us to adopt the budget when we have the final version. So my motion is to continue the public hearing to December 19th for the 2020, adopting the 2024 budget.
We also need to state the time and location. The time will be 9 a.m.
9
At
a.m.
this location.
And I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-0. This public hearing for 2024 budget is hereby continued to December 19th, 2024 at 9 a.m. at this location. There'll be no public comment at that hearing. Next on the agenda is Resolution 23-122, adopting minimum wage adjustments. Chanda Johnson, Human Resource Director, to present.
Hi, good morning. Good morning again, Commissioners. This morning, Resolution 23-122, I'm requesting that we adjust for minimum wage for 2024 in the state of Colorado. That is $14.42 an hour for hourly positions, and for exempt positions, it is $1,057.69 weekly. So this impacts the non-exempt pay grades, any 1 through any 3, and also eliminates the exempt pay grades E1 and E2.
You had indicated that we do not have any employees in any of those categories.
In E1 and E2, there's no employees in there, and this change currently does not have any impact to staff, but it makes sure that next year, should we hire someone into those pay grades, that they are meeting the Colorado minimum wage.
And that minimum wage of $14.42, is that a state requirement?
So that is a state requirement. My understanding is that public employers may be able to possibly be outside of that range, but as it's a state requirement, it's best practice to follow that, as everyone else will be following the $14.42 an hour.
Any comments from commissioners?
No, I think it's pretty cut and dried, just so we're in compliance with state minimum wage.
And I would have brought this to you sooner when the last time we had this discussion. However, I feel like it would have been putting the cart before the horse. And so now that we see what the impact is on staff and we have those established and all the staff are put into those, we could see what that looked like for existing staff members, and then bring this at this time as we're coming near the January 1st effective date.
Okay. Do I have a motion to adopt Resolution 23-122?
I move that we adopt resolution 23-122, adopting the 2024 minimum wage adjustments.
I second.
Um, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 3-0.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Next on the agenda, item number 7, public hearing. Do I have a motion to recess as the Gilpin County Board of Commissioners and convene as the Gilpin County Board of Adjustments?
I'll move that we recess as the Board of County Commissioners and reconvene as the Board of Adjustment.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-0. The Gilpin County Board of Commissioners hereby recessed, and we will now convene as the Gilpin County Board of Adjustment. Today is Tuesday, December 12th, 2023, and the time is 9:51. And the item is the Gilpin County will now conduct a public hearing for resolution BOA 23-3 setback variance request to be determined High Point Circle, Black Hawk, Colorado 80422. Daniel James, applicant, and James Shrout, planner 1, will present.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
James Shrout, Gilpin County Planner. The applicant, Daniel James, is seeking to vary from section 2.3 of the zoning district specifications of the Gilpin County zoning regulations to allow for the construction of a single-family dwelling with attached accessory structure with a setback of approximately 20 feet from the required setback of 30 feet from all property lines in the subdivision. The property has a peculiar slope in which a variance is necessary to meet the county driveway specifications for access by emergency responders. The previous owner began clearing and grading along the north end of the property for which a switchback type driveway for a proposed single-family dwelling. The curve and grade of that driveway do not meet the current grade or curve requirements for Gilpin County driveway specifications. The current owner and applicant are proposing a south driveway access to the property and is requesting the variance in order to meet the driveway grade without the need for excess grading, filling, and thinning of the forested area. The driveway as proposed by the property owner would be accessible by emergency vehicles. If approved, significant grading and erosion control measures are still required to meet the driveway specifications and allow for building of a single-family dwelling. Staff are recommending approval on variance petition BOA 23-3 based on the staff's finding of fact under CRS 30-28-118, exceptional slope. Approval of the variance would not be a detriment to the public health, safety, or welfare of the community. Approval of the variance for a reduced setback would substantially reduce the amount of land disturbance and fill required to stabilize the slope around the proposed single-family home. By reducing the land disturbance area and the required fill, the overall impact of the construction on the land and surrounding area will be minimized. Reduced land disturbance will also reduce the amount of forest clearing required for the project, which will reduce the amount of visual change to the landscape, noise, dust, and impacts of construction on surrounding properties. Approval of the variance would not substantially impair the intent and purpose of the Gilpin County zoning code. The reduced setback as allowed by the variance against a single property line will result in reduced land modification to account for the extreme slope of the lot. Substantial land modification on this lot may result in increased impacts on surrounding properties, including the visual appearance of the land. The primary intent of the setback in the zoning regulation is to reduce density and visual impacts to residential development on surrounding properties. Approval of the variance would not change the current uses permitted by right in RS residential subdivision zoning district, nor change the use of the proposed structures on the land.
All right, we will now open the hearing to public comment. Speakers must state their name and address slowly and clearly. Do we have anyone who wishes to speak on the boundary line adjustment?
No, Madam Chair. No. Oh,
Ms. O'Cray Parman.
Hi again. Hi, James. You did an excellent job.
It's on the.
Okay. Hello? Hello? Okay, that's my neighbor. That's a lot. That's right down from our house. And I want to say that that's, all that you said is great, and I would agree with it. I welcome to them to the neighborhood. Only thing I would ask them to take the dozens of trees they've already taken down that are laying there right against other trees. They've just been there for like almost 2 years whenever this project started. And also give them some advice when they're going to move into a new neighborhood. Come and visit some of the neighbors and ask us what we deal with, because they had a problem with that driveway. They had to move it already, you know, and they're working hard. They're doing a great job. But clean up that lot from with all the dead trees. We'd like that. But I want to meet as a person here.
I do not see him.
Okay, darn. I'd love to meet them and welcome them to the neighborhood, because they're probably going to build an awesome place. Thank you.
Sorry, your name and address again. I know it's redundant, but your name and address.
Name and
please.
address.
Donna McCray Parman, 529 High Point Circle. Copy and paste that one.
Thank you, Donna. Is there anyone online who wishes to speak at this time?
No, Madam Chair, no one online.
Okay, and then I will close the public comment, and the commissioners, do you have any questions at this point in time?
No, we were provided all the materials and the maps, and I don't really have any questions.
I was going to ask if any comments from the neighbors, but obviously we got one already, so.
I have been in contact with one of the neighbors, and they were the ones that helps provide the application on behalf of the property owner,
Okay.
and they're in full support.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Everything was completely
There was
completed
one other
properly.
neighbor across the street, now that I recall, called me on Monday and just wanted to know more information, and he is also in support.
Thank you.
It does seem this is a easier solution. It'll help the owners and reduce.
The
tree
previous
loss, et
driveway
cetera.
was uphill and very long and windy, so this.
Yes, I
makes
did
more
observe
sense.
the existing driveway, and that does not meet county specifications for curve or grade.
So do I have a motion to accept
Madam-
boundary line adjustment 23-3?
Madam Chair, I move that we accept resolution BOA 23-3, approving a variance from section 2.3 of the Gilpin County zoning regulations to allow for a setback of 20 feet from the required setback of 30 feet in the RS residential subdivision zoning district for a single family dwelling.
And I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 3-0. Thank you. This public hearing is closed at this time at 9:58. Do I have a motion to adjourn as the Gilpin County Board of Adjustment? Oh, thank you, James. Sorry. Do I have a motion to adjourn to the Gilpin County Board of Adjustment and reconvene as the Gilpin County Board of Commissioners?
I assume I'll say so move.
Okay, I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 3-0. Thank you so much. Next on the Gilpin County Board of Adjustment is hereby adjourned, and we will now convene as Gilpin County Board of County Commissioners. Item number 8 on the agenda, public hearing. The Board of County Commissioners will now conduct a public hearing for Resolution 23-119, granting a special use to Always Choose Adventures at 300 Swamp Angel Lane, Central City, Colorado, 80427. And the time is 9:59. Rob Gutierrez, Community Development Director, and James Shrout, Planner 1, to present the resolution.
Morning, Commissioners. James Shrout, Gilpin County Planner. The applicant Chantel Shoei is seeking a special use to allow for an educational campground focused on recreational education and training for the outdoors. The subject property is approximately a 5-acre parcel located in southwest Gilpin County near the Clear Creek, Gilpin County line. Gilpin County zoning regulations, section 2.2 zoning district allows for both NAICS 611 educational and recreational services and NAICS 7212 recreational vehicle parks and recreational camp type uses. Activities for the education and recreation camp will occur both on-site of the property and off-site at another suitable location for the proposed activity. The applicant is the executive director and founder of Always Choose Adventures, which is a Denver-based nonprofit organization focused on promoting recreation through education and training. The applicant started Camp ACA approximately 7 years ago as a way to engage in safe outdoor recreation for those that lack the resources to get outdoors and may have limited capacity to recreate outdoors safely. Camp ACA will offer adventure-based clinics and camping for local school districts and individuals with disabilities. Camp ACA has established partnerships with local businesses, local governments and municipalities, as well as local adventure companies. In the spring of 2023, Chantel Shoei met with Director Gutierrez for a conversation regarding the proposed special use for an educational camp in southern unincorporated portion of Gilpin County near the Clear Creek County line. Chantel submitted the special use application on June 15th of this year. Staff met with Chantel again on July 13th to outline some of the deficiencies in the application. Staff met with Chantel for a third time to discuss the special use in greater detail and what we would need to feel comfortable moving this forward to the Planning Commission. A timeline was then set for the special use would go before the Planning Commission in October. Staff drove to the property on September 25th and discovered the treacherous road conditions and spoke with Chantel about plans for road improvements. Chantel stated that there was already a plan in place and that she has approval from the Forest Service for the proposed road improvements. On October 10th, the Planning Commission voted for a continuance of the public hearing since information was still coming to staff up until the time of the hearing. This continuance allowed staff more time to work with emergency responders and the Department of Reclamation, Mining, and Safety. On October 16th, staff met with the Division of Reclamation, Mining, and Safety to discuss options for securing the mine for the purpose of this special use. The initial plan was to move forward with a federal grant option to secure the mine with a grate. There is also the potential for a state grant for this project due to the special use application, which would secure the mine in a shorter time period. Emergency responders are requesting that until the mine can be secured, the installation of a 6-foot fence to occur prior to the issuance of the special use permit. On October 25th, staff met with Gilpin County Sheriff, Ambulance Authority, and Timberline Fire Protection District at the property to discuss the concerns about emergency response to this area of the county. Also in attendance were Clear Creek County Fire and Ambulance. No recommendations for approval were discussed during this on-site visit. The visit allowed emergency responders to discuss dispatch options to the area in the event of an emergency. Gilpin County Sheriff Armstrong made a call to the dispatch line, which was received by Gilpin County Dispatch. The conversation then delved into asking Clear Creek if they would feel comfortable responding if Gilpin County was unable to respond due to weather conditions or other impacts. Clear Creek County agreed. On October 30th, Clear Creek County Fire, EMS, Sheriff, and Office of Community Development were routed the packet for review and input on the special use. None of those departments responded. On November 14th, 2023, during a public hearing, the Planning Commission voted in the affirmative with a do-pass recommendation to the Gilpin County Board of County Commissioners with no additional conditions.
Are there any further comments? I'll open up to public hearing. Okay, we'll now open the hearing to public comment. Speakers may state your name and address slowly and clearly. Do we have anyone in the audience wishes to speak?
I don't have anybody signed up, but I wasn't sure if Chantel wanted to say anything as the applicant.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for your time this morning. Can you hear me okay?
Could speak a little closer, that'd be good.
Yeah, okay.
Can you hear me now? Okay,
That's
great.
better.
First, I'd like to say thank you. Thanks for being here today. My name is Chantel Shoei, and I'm the founder and executive director at Always Choose Adventures, also known as ACA. I'd like to thank everyone that's worked on our permit the last couple of months, and to James Strout for his endless help on questions, processes, and gathering of documents for this hearing. We are here to discuss the public use permit hearing for Camp Always Choose Adventures, which will be the very first off-grid outdoor education center in the nation. What is Camp ACA? Camp ACA will be a safe haven for at-risk youth, local schools, people with chronic illness and disabilities. We will teach important outdoor education, essential clinics, and continue to serve our community. As someone who was too sick to adventure because of my chronic illness as a child and bullied in school for my voice, I felt like this was my calling in life, to give the gift of adventure. We have an amazing team of volunteers, contractors, and partners that are qualified to serve Camp ACA. They are wilderness first responder trained, CPR, and have outdoor education and additional certifications, including CNA, special needs trainings, and they're anxiously awaiting for our approval. We have worked on this dream for 7 years to launch Camp Always Choose Adventures. This venue is a perfect location with all it has to offer, with easy access from the metro area for local Front Range schools and at-risk youth. With our talented team and our unique off-grid location, Camp ACA has the opportunity to be the nation's very first off-grid outdoor education training facility. This will help enhance lives of all participants, help at-risk youth, people with mental and physical health issues, and boost our economy in Gilpin County. I understand by reading some of the attachments in our file that there may be some concerns about our launch, but we've worked very, very hard to prepare Camp ACA. My very first experience with Gilpin County was actually with the Gilpin County Parks and Rec. We proudly partnered with Gilpin County Parks and Rec to provide Gilpin County residents access to our gear library, which includes snowshoes, paddle boards, and any type of recreational gear that someone might need to access our beautiful area. We've also met with Colorado Parks and Wildlife to establish bear conflict reduction by inserting bear canisters and boxes. We've developed a close relationship with National Forest Service rangers and gained permission to legally close down Forest Service roads that were causing safety issues that should not have ever been used. We've removed hazardous material and old trash off the property that had been there for 25 years. We installed gates and fences to the property to ensure the safety of our attendees, residents, and wildlife. We also finished fixing the road. You should have seen it. Oh my gosh. And it looks amazing now. You can get a sedan in, and we even had a little moped drive through the other day. Most recently, we just met with the planning commissioners, and we've been working endlessly with the National Forest Service and Timberline to remove trees in the National Forest for 911 access. We are keeping kids in front of screens, indoors, and such because we are protecting people from COVID. Now is the time to get back together, live outdoors, and teach people how to recreate responsibly and have a fun time. As part of the work we're doing with ACA and our business plan, we have taken all of this into consideration. And will ensure the safety of our participants, fellow neighbors, recreational users, and wildlife. As a part of ACA's business plan, we mentioned we only anticipate conducting 12 events in 2024 with a maximum number of attendees at 40 per event. As a small nonprofit, we will operate few and small events. I'm here today to ask for your permission and your approval for our special use permit. It will impact our community and everyone who attends. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there-
Any questions for Chantel? while she's up there?
Mine are probably all for her. Do you want them now or in the next section?
Now, and we can do public comment after, or, I mean, usually we do it before, but I'm just up here. so-
Sure.
Is there anyone else who wants to make a public comment at this time?
No one online, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
so we'll go ahead and close comment, public comment, and we'll just have the commissioners with their discussion.
All right.
So I do have a question. I looked at the photographs that were provided on the road access to this area for the camp. And is all that road from the Clear Creek County line to your facilities going to be upgraded? Is that what I know you're putting some funding together to improve roads. I'm just kind of concerned about the scope, because if the road photographs that I'm looking at, it's still very rough road. I don't think you could take a sedan there. Are these the roads that you've repaired?
May I look at the photos? Because we
Certainly.
need a sedan in now and they've been really repaired. We actually laid sod down and gravel and all sorts of material, and it's.
Madam Chair, I'll just add that it is mentioned in the materials that I attended the York Gulch Neighborhood Association. And I did come up that way. And the first section of the road is paved and then it gets to unpaved. So the before pictures that we have are how it was. And the after pictures are much improved. But that is a question I have about long-term maintenance as well.
So they're both photographs before and after is what I'm saying.
So
Okay.
this is after with the rocks.
Okay.
We've had 3 Subaru sedan vehicles drive through, a moped. I haven't seen anyone who has any issues at all driving, even with the snow.
And again, there was some information on the application here that there was providing funding $1,000 a year for road maintenance. Do you think that's sufficient? Are you going to, again, Commissioner Hollingsworth had the same question about long-term maintenance of that road.
Yeah, that was a little messy because we have an HOA board and they didn't want us putting the money in the actual HOA. They wanted to keep the 2 separate. So we will be working with neighbors locally to donate X amount of dollars. It could exceed $1,000, but whatever we need to do to keep the road safe. As part of the permit, we've been working with Timberline, and it does state that they're going to be doing a yearly check-in with us to make sure before our permit's renewed yearly that the road is still accessible and safe. And then part of the packet that Timberline supplied did state that they approved the road conditions and that it's safe for everyone to enter back and forth.
Okay, so the way you're addressing it is that you're going to ask the HOA members to
No.
not
No,
provide.
no. It's 2 separate things. We were going to put the money into the HOA. The HOA doesn't want us to put the money in. So the road conditions, anything that we're doing to get the road fixed, we will use our own resources, our own materials. And, you know, if it's $1,000, if it's $5,000 per year, we will make sure that the road's safe.
And Timberline will be the one that inspecting the quality of the road, not the
Correct.
Forest Service.
Yeah, Timberline.
Okay.
And Gilpin Ambulance as well had looked at the roads and felt they can get an ambulance
Yeah. it was
in as
Gilpin
well.
Ambulance, what are the 3, and the sheriff, Timberline. What I'm really proud actually as a side topic is like our community up in the higher York Gulch was having 911 access issues. not even associated with ACA. And because of our special use permit hearing, we actually fixed the 911 issues for our whole area. So that was a good benefit to our whole community.
Oh, okay. So the majority of the services will be coming from Clear Creek County. They've agreed to just dispatch. I mean, as far as communicating, or their EMTs and their firefighters.
It'll actually be a team. So Gilpin and Clear Creek will be working together. So the way I understand it is the phone call will go into Gilpin. And then if Gilpin, say it's blizzarding or something, and we won't be doing events when it's blizzarding, but if roads are rough, then Gilpin will call Clear Creek and Clear Creek will send their folks. Or maybe both counties will send people.
And I have a question for Commissioner Hansworth. This project of building the shooting range in Clear Creek County, part of that arrangement was to close part of the Forest Service in Gilpin County to recreational shooting. Is the area where that
Designated areas.
designated, is that going to affect where they're being located? Will
Yeah.
there still be recreational shooting around their campground?
It won't be nearby because by Forest Service rules, you can't shoot within a certain distance from waterways, roads, and residences. So they'll have a buffer around them. Now, further into the woods, there may be areas there that will be allowed.
We've been working, the National Forest Service rangers have become my besties the last couple of months, and we've been working really great with them. They actually came out and put up signs all around the whole property, like oversigned it almost, so there's no shooting allowed 150 yards around the property. So from going 25 years ago when the old owner lived there till now, we've really seen things change with recreational users, more respect, people slowing down, no recreational shooting. It's been a great change.
Thank you.
I'll add, when I drove up there and the roads were in the before pictures, I actually pulled over a couple times to let four-wheelers go by because they were going into the forest. And I know from going to that meeting, another topic they discussed was that that is a county-owned but not maintained road after you get into the neighborhood. So the HOA pools money and helps maintain the road. And then where we met at the neighborhood association was at the fire station. So the fire station is located along the road there. My question is more for long-term maintenance. All of us that live in Gilpin County can look at these photos and know that one good gully washer is going to wash that out. So when that happens, what is your plan? Because this looks beautiful today, but I imagine if we have a spring like we had this last spring, I know that our road and bridge department was challenged with keeping the roads up and they're out there repeatedly. So $1,000 does not go far in road maintenance. So what is the plan should this all wash out? Do you have funding to go in there and remedy it?
So the $1,000 was actually quoted to contribute just to HOA. Each resident pays $50 towards that. And technically the HOA doesn't actually maintain the road. It's private landowners that maintain the road. The $1,000 was proposed as ACA's HOA fee, if you will. That's going to be separate than the road fixtures. We do have a team of about 6 to 7 neighbors that do have all the equipment that are ready to fix that if that is to happen with the wash off. We have built to the left of the road like a runoff. What's it called? It's not a culvert, but it's like what is it? It's like a drainage ditch.
Okay.
So we have started that and it is in place, but we did not want to finish building the drainage ditch until we saw where the water ran. So once spring spring happens, we're going to finish that drainage ditch and make sure that the water runs the right way. And they've got, we've got equipment to finish fixing that road or repairing the road. And we do have the funding to fix it.
So if you don't mind, I have a list of questions, but I want to preface it by saying that I support the idea of having a camp where children and adults can come and learn how to safely use the great outdoors. I think that's really important, whether they're fully able or not as capable. So I do commend you on working on that. I have a question. The Forest Service was closing one of the roads, and on the map, we saw that it went around you on either side. Did they close? I was trying to see which one they closed on the map, but did they close the one that goes below or above your property?
They closed 739.1A. My assumption is over the last, 20, 30 years is somehow the 4x4s just made an illegal route and actually caused that roadway to be established. So that was the road that we closed. We closed it for several reasons, but the main reason was ATVers were able to do donuts around the property before. And now that road is closed, so anyone that's able-bodied or disabled can actually slowly walk across to our Aspen Grove without fear of, possibly getting hit by a 4x4.
So I saw in the photo that they put up buck fence, which is typical for the Forest Service. And I would encourage you to look at doing something more on the roadway. I hike a lot, and I've been in closures where they put up the buck fence, and the buck fence was just, people just got out of their car and moved it to the side and reused the spot that they intended to close. So in the photo, it looks like it's just buck fence. And I don't know if they can put some poles or something more that they might want it so they could use it in an emergency, but something that would make it sturdier so it couldn't just be moved.
There's actually 2 metal gates that the poles are cemented in. We spent, I don't know, way too much money getting those installed, but we do have 2 metal gates. They are not pictured in here, but we do. I have pictures if you want me to bring them up, but there's 2 metal gates that were installed, and there's no way that anyone can move those. And then also the bucking rail, you'll have to ask the National Forest Service how they did it, but somehow they embedded the poles in a cement and tied them down. So there's no way that anyone can move those either.
Okay, I'll trust that what you say is so. That's just not in the photo that we were provided. Yeah. Then I know that you said as part of your education, you were wanting to teach how to create a campfire. And as you may know from listening to commissioners meeting, wildfire is one of the greatest fears in our county. So can you explain more about the fire, when it would be allowed? Would it be in a pit? And how you would extinguish them? Because I saw that you are not going to have things like showers for water, and you were going to have some fire extinguishers, but in a grate if it got out of control. Can you just talk about your fire prevention protocols?
Yeah, so I am concerned about wildfires as well. The last several summers, because of my respiratory issues, I haven't been able to get outside, and I don't want to be that person that ends up, burning down the forest at all. So we will only have 1 campfire on the whole entire facility, the venue. That 1 campfire is going to promote community. So everyone will gather around that fire. It's going to have one of those metal rings that is designated appropriate for fire bans. And then we will have plenty of water, sod, all necessary, needs to dump on top of that fire when it's out at the end of the night.
So the participants will only be using that fire pit for fire on the property and your 5 acres.
Yeah, it's only 1 campfire on the whole entire place. As I've seen in the past, we did a Sand Dunes Great Festival with 1,000 people at the Sand Dunes in 2019. And one thing I saw at that event, that there were so many people, but they had all their campfires and there wasn't a community. Nobody got to really meet and socialize. So I think that's going to be a really good part of Camp ACA is we're going to kind of force people to all hang out together.
Okay. And I also noticed that Timberline had done fire mitigation and they mentioned that they had piles that they were going to be burning. Have those been burned by now?
We actually spoke to them at 6:30 this morning and they'll be burned on Friday.
Okay.
So Friday, the burn will happen, and then also they're cutting down the trees next to the road on Friday. So all of Timberline's work will be completed on Friday.
Mitigation. All right, thank you. Then you had provided a link, or we were provided a link to another similar camp for mostly for youth, but it's for others as well. So I did glance at that. And I'm just wondering if you can explain to us your application protocol. I know we're not approving your processes and your procedures, but I am wondering because they had application and people had to get a medical okay to be at altitude. And then I was wondering what your rules are going to be about smoking and alcohol use and things like that on the property. Just as, and the reason I'm asking this question is all for safety.
No smoking, no alcohol use. I cannot be within 100 feet of a cigarette, so that's me being selfish. I can smell a cigarette from down the street and it really, really murders me trying to breathe. So I do not personally want cigarettes ever on my property. Also, we are healthy. We are promoting the outdoors. People that we're trying to promote, we're not trying to promote smoking. I'm on the American Lung Association board as well. So part of my work with the American Lung is called the Better Breathers, and we are trying to eliminate tobacco use. And then alcohol won't be a part of our events. There's no reason for alcohol at Camp ACA.
So those will be all part of your rules, your house rules and such. Then when I was first reading the proposal, it looked like the main access was going to be York Gulch Road. But then I was reading it more, it sounded like there was more of a tendency to say that access would be from Central City from there. So which will be the main route for the participants?
It'll be York Gulch.
It will
as the
be.
main access road. If they have 4x4, they're more than welcome to come in the Central City route as well. But that's like a mile and a half. And we just find that York Gulch is easier for people to access.
Okay, and it's a condition that you have the mine fencing put up, because of course the photos we see are not, they're like garden fence, so, but that is a condition already, that has to be installed.
I have a question, and County Clerk Denton could bring up the image of the mine shaft. That's all that you have?
Rob.
Oh, I'm sorry, Rob. I thought you were controlling it, sorry.
Some mine shafts, from my understanding, like go sideways and then go down. This one goes downwards. That helps there.
I can see there, and part of the condition is you put a 6-foot fence around that. Are you working with the Forest Service or any kind of civil group to determine, the design and sturdiness of that fence?
I received specs from James that are approved by county regulations for the fence. And then we just received the whole 6-foot stuff literally the week that we froze. So we haven't, that's the one thing out of all the list of items that were requested. We do need to do that 6-foot fence, and we anticipate doing that the minute we thaw out from winter.
Okay, so Rob, does the county have regulations on fencing around an open pit like that?
Nothing specific to a mine, but
To
we
mine.
did talk with Division of Reclamation, Mining and Safety, and what did they tell you?
So Division of Mining Safety and Reclamation are working to secure the mine, but it has to go through a grant process. They're also working with the state to see if they can get a state funded grant, which would happen quicker. I plan on working with Timberline and the property owner Chantel to secure the mine in a way that, because she wants to protect the history of the mine and be able to tell that story and allow the participants to see the mine, but we also want to make sure that it's safe, that they cannot, climb the fence or, push it over and gain access.
So you're
And
working
you
with the
did-
county on that.
Yeah, grading was mentioned
That
as
was
well,
great, yeah.
correct?
And then we
Okay.
worked with Timberline, so I'll probably have them work with us too. They said a 6-foot fence would be approved in their safety scope, if you will.
And the grading is part of the grant from the Forest Service.
Correct.
On the mine, Forest Service or
Or
mine?
it's from
Mine rec.
TRMS, yeah, Division of Mining Safety and Recreation.
Are any further questions or discussions on?
One cool thing about the property is Swamp Angel was actually a cannon from the Civil War. And 2 people that served in the Civil War relocated to Gilpin as part of the Gold Rush. So they needed to name the property something and they named it Swamp Angel. So that's gonna be part of our teachings.
I did, you mentioned that the maximum for an event would be 40 people. In your materials, it mentioned 75.
That's actually the Forest Service. So the Forest Service allows us, we've worked with them and one of the pieces of paper in our permit, the Forest Service will allow us to conduct events up to 75 people in the forest. So we've got the 5.5 acres and then the Forest Service or the forest surrounds us. So they gave us permission if we were to exceed the 40, we can conduct events with up to 75 people in the surrounding area without obtaining a permit with them.
And what is the length of stay for the camping? Is this going to potentially be someone's summer home? Or is it just, they come up for a week or a couple days or one night or?
It's the day trips. We might do overnights here and there, but since we're working with schools, they'll probably arrive around 9:30 a.m. and leave around 1:30 or 2 p.m. So just day trips mostly.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Isn't that enough?
No, just wanted to commend you on bringing this kind of facility. I think that's very important for everyone to have access and to learn to appreciate Colorado and our natural beauty. And then also your evacuation and emergency plan processes. Those seem very thorough.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. No further comments. Do I have a motion to adopt Resolution 23-119?
I'll move that we adopt Resolution 23-119, granting a special use permit to Always Choose Adventures for the purpose of operating an educational campground facility associated with a nonprofit organization at 300 Swamp Angel Lane, Central City, 80427.
Nice second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 3-0.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you very
So
much. Thank you,
congratulations.
Rob and,
Yes.
James, Rob and James for assisting. Okay, this public hearing is closed at 10:33. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next on the agenda item, thank you again. Next on the agenda is resolution boundary line elimination 23-4. Approving a boundary line elimination 174 Woodbine Place, Richard and Vicky Babb applicants, James Shrout planner 1, to present the resolution.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning again.
James Shrout,
James.
County Planner. So the applicant is seeking to eliminate the boundary line between 4 parcels owned in the South Pine Cliff subdivision of Gilpin County. There is currently a single-family dwelling on one of the parcels. This property previously had a recorded notice of violation for a sewage violation for lacking an approved septic system. Upon completion of the septic system, it was noted on the inspection card that the boundary line elimination would be required prior to the issuance of the certificate of completion. The septic permit was applied for in 2016, and the final inspection occurred in 2017. The notice of violation was released on August 17th, 2023, due to the successful installation of the septic system. Staff are now seeking for the approval of the boundary line elimination so that the septic permit can be closed with the issuance of a certificate of completion. Approval of the boundary line elimination will not create any new nonconformities under the current zoning regulations. The approval of the boundary line elimination will not create any additional building lots. Approval of the boundary line elimination will enlarge an existing residential zone parcel with another existing residential zone parcel, which is consistent with the intent and purposes of the boundary line elimination exemption of the Gilpin County zoning regulations. Approval of this boundary line elimination will allow community development staff to close out the existing septic permit application and supply the property owner with a certificate of completion. Staff recommend approval.
I want to open the okay, this is a boundary line. Okay, do we have a discussion on this with commissioners? Any questions? I do have a question on the regulation indicates that if parcels can be combined if they're presently vacant, and if none of the subject parcels alone could be developed according to current zoning and on-site wastewater. So that as that criteria was met with the other 3 parcels and
So
that they're not buildable.
This was started before anyone in the current Office of Community Development began. And as we were going through documents, we noticed that the inspection card mentioned that the BLE needed to be completed prior to the issuance of the certificate of completion. Ideally, the BLE should have occurred prior to the issuance of a permit for the installation of the septic system. So by completing by approving the boundary line elimination, they will then be in compliance.
Okay, so we'll just be completing the process.
Yes, we are just finalizing the process.
Okay, perfect.
And they won't, it will not create a buildable lot because they're putting it into one property. Yeah.
Correct.
Mhm. Are you ready for a motion? or-
Yeah, I just wanted to look at one more thing. Sorry, it's a different one. Okay, do I have a motion to adopt resolution?
Point of order,
23-4?
Chair, Madam Chair. Are you going to open and close for public comment?
There is no.
It's not required.
It's not a public hearing.
Not a public.
I'm
hearing.
sorry. I apologize. Thank you.
That's okay. Many hearings today. This isn't one. Madam Chair, I move that we approve resolution BLE 23-4, a resolution approving a boundary line elimination with the Richard and Vicky Babb as the applicants.
And I'll second the motion.
Okay. Hearing no further conversation or discussion on the resolution. But may I have a vote on the resolution? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the motion passes 3-0. Next on the agenda, thank you, James.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next on the resolution is we added this to the agenda 9.5, County Clerk McCormick will make a statement on the clerk's letter from the clerk associations.
Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
I think, yeah, we can hear.
Last Friday, December 8th, the executive board of the Colorado County Clerks Association sent out an email directed to all elected officials in the state of Colorado. To summarize the letter, all clerks, including myself, are asking for all elected officials to stand up and assure Coloradans that our elections are secure and among the best in the nation, because in fact, they are. The letter discusses many efforts over the last few years to undermine our elections. The bottom line is the people attempting to undermine the elections with mis or disinformation and flat out lies do not have the facts. They might think that they do, but they do not, and they use dishonesty and lies for their own political gain. This issue of election mis and disinformation is severe and must be addressed. As you know, elections are the backbone of our democracy. Undermining an election or the attempt to undermine one is not an American ideal. Continuing to support the lies undermines our Constitution. I pride myself on my integrity and honesty. I follow the rules set out by the Secretary of State to keep our elections transparent, secure, and accurate. There are many, many checks and balances involved in our electoral process, and I invite everyone to become an election worker or a watcher, or just ask a lot of questions and learn just how many safeguards are in place. Those who have asked questions have been surprised by just how many safeguards there are. I want all eligible voters to vote in our 3 elections in 2024 and know that their vote is counted. Myself and my staff are all highly trained, and we practice and prepare all year long for an election. We will continue to work in bipartisan and multi-partisan teams to hold each other accountable as oversight is critical. Each stage of an election is observed and complies with federal and state law. I invite all of you, everyone in this room and everyone watching, to have the courage to stand up for our elections. For the elected officials, the majority of voters in your district voted for you and entrusted you to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the state of Colorado. There is nothing about my job as clerk and recorder that is partisan, and I take my oath of office very seriously. I am asking you to come forward and help correct the record and regain trust taken from our elections by bullies and bad actors who have a concerted effort to deceive. If at any time you have a question, please reach out to me. Please don't ask your friend or neighbor or a stranger on the internet. Please don't listen to pundits creating sensationalism on the news. If you are paying for information, you are paying too much. Ask me, as I'm the designated election official for this county. I am the professional and the expert, and I will talk to you for free. Anything less is participating in the deception. I have no shame in saying if I don't know the answer, I will find out and get back to you. Thank you for your time, and let's spread the truth that our elections are safe and secure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sahari. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next on the agenda is item number 10, Resolution 23-117, approving a memorandum of understanding for the collaboration and coordination in wildfire risk mitigation and forest health projects within the Clear Creek watershed. Jennifer Cook, CSU Extension Director, to present. Good morning, Jennifer.
Good morning. So you've all read a bit of the background here. This is just a supplemental MOU. As members of the Clear Creek Watershed and Forest Health Partnership, Gilpin County, if you agree to sign the supplemental MOU or just agreeing to for the watershed and the county to partner with the Forest Service and Colorado State Forest Service, U.S. Forest Service and Colorado State Forest Service for future planning and projects involved with the watershed.
Do you want to just say a statement about the previous MOU with the previous organizations and that we're just adding these 3? Well, I can read that if you don't have it in front of you.
I have it in front of you. Want me to read that whole first paragraph?
Yes, please.
Okay. What is the Clear Creek Watershed and Forest Health Partnership? Following completion of the Upper Clear Creek pre-wildfire planning study, 9 interested parties in the Clear Creek watershed are dependent on the watershed's resources, included the cities of Arvada, Blackhawk, Holden, Westminster, the town of Empire, counties of Clear Creek, Gilpin, and Jefferson, and the Clear Creek Fire Authority agreed to create a collaborative group to implement wildfire risk mitigation program for the Clear Creek Basin. This group, the Clear Creek Watershed and Forest Health Partnership, was established through the MOU establishing the Clear Creek Watershed and Forest Health Partnership for collaboration and coordination in wildfire risk mitigation and forest health projects within the Clear Creek Watershed, dated September 12th, 2022.
Thank you. Is there any discussion from the commissioners?
No, I don't have any discussion. I just want to thank you for your work on this committee. I know I attended one of the meetings recently, just because, and the people in the room were very complimentary about your work and felt like you were a good representative for Gilpin County. Thank you.
I do want to bring something to Deputy Clerk Denton's attention. The heading on the first page has Resolution 23-120 instead of Resolution 23-117. And other than that, I thank you for all your work, and I see no difference, no complications with your request.
I have a correct version.
So once this is signed, will I work with Brad to get it to the watershed group?
Sure.
If you need my help, I'm happy to help. But yeah, that's, I think it's that easy.
Either that or you guys send it to me once it's
Yeah.
signed.
Yes.
Okay, we'll
Yeah,
do that.
then you have it.
Alright,
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Do I have a motion to, see what we, a motion to adopt Resolution 23-120?
It's, we're on 17. I'm sorry. We're on
117.
117. I'll move that we adopt Resolution 23-117, approving a memorandum of understanding for the collaboration and coordination in wildfire risk mitigation and forest health projects within the Clear Creek watershed.
My second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 3-0. Thank you,
Great,
Jennifer.
Thank you.
Again, on the next on the agenda is resolution, item number 11, Resolution 23-120, approving an intergovernmental agreement with the La Plata County for providing social services programs to the residents of La Plata County. Janie Barker, Human Services Director, to present.
Yes.
Good morning, Janie. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. So we have an intergovernmental agreement that we wanted to enter into with La Plata County. As you may know, there has been a increase in workload to those providing services for economic security as far as Medicaid and food assistance. And as you also know, a lot of counties are struggling with their workforce. La Plata County reached out to all of the counties to see if anybody could help them with some of this workload due to shortage in staffing. And with the end of the public health emergency, the workload has increased. During the emergency, people that were on Medicaid and food assistance were automatically renewed in those programs and did not have to go through recertification. And now they do, now that the public health emergency has ended. So that has increased the workload significantly for a lot of counties. Due to the small size of our county, we've been able to keep up with that and are not running behind. I brought the information to our program manager for community benefits. He thought we would be able to help out La Plata County for a little bit, to help them get ahead a little bit on their workload and just, trying to be nice to other counties because we might need them to be nice to us someday. So, he thought we could do up to 10 hours, including 2 workers and himself as a supervisor. It's not expected to be that many hours, probably more like 6 to 8 hours a week. And they will be paying the salary as well as benefits for those employees for that time as part of this agreement. Are there any questions?
Just one, so will there be one designated employee helping, or will the load be spread?
It will be spread between both of the community benefits program or program people that do that work.
How many do you have at this point in time?
We have 2.
I saw in the materials that this would be always Gilpin County needs first.
Yes.
And that potentially there would be overtime paid if this is beyond their 40-hour work week.
Correct.
But La Plata would pay that rate.
Correct.
Okay.
They will pay the overtime.
I have a question. We're offering this service because we have capability to do it. That means that we have extra time to do this. So we're not using our employees to their fullest. That's just what it appears to me, is that we have employees that have extra time. And we're going to go to another county to have them pay for that time. to me, it seems like the solution is that we have employees that don't have sufficient work. Probably they should be part-time and have the, then go to La Plata and ask if to pay for any extra work for that individual.
I would not say they have a lot of extra time, because we are not overloaded with the end of the public health emergency. We do have a few hours of time that we could give to them instead of doing some other things that can wait, like some paperwork, filing, that kind of thing. They definitely have enough work to do. They just are putting some things to the side to be able to help this out. And then we can make up that stuff at a later time.
Has on here maximum of $30,000 worth of services that you would reply. So you expect it to go for a year?
I don't expect it to. I expect it to probably go 3 to 6 months, probably more around 4 months, that we would be helping them.
And yet, but you do want us, you're asking us to approve it through the end of the year, just in case. Just in case. And there was a time where Human Services did another kind of a mutual aid. Was that with Adams County? And so that was a temporary one, just helping
ended up not
out.
even providing it. So.
Right, right, yeah. Just,
Sometimes that works too. That they are able to get somebody in and get them hired, and then we don't even
Right.
have to help them, or they aren't needing our help. So sometimes that helps. as well.
right. So I assume La Plata's attempting to fill their position, or this wouldn't be needed, right? Yeah.
Commissioner Berman, do you have any comments or questions?
No, I guess just to clarify, it kind of makes sense then, instead of having one individual that amongst your three, you feel they can each do maybe an hour or so.
Yeah, about an
Without-
about an hour or two a week
Mhm.
between the two case managers, and then the supervisor will have time as well as supervise those cases.
There's also a net benefit for training of staff, so that's also, there is a benefit for us and for our staff to have this additional experience for the benefit program for training. There was a state study done on staffing in human services, and it did find that we had adequate staffing levels, but it's also this opportunity for mutual benefit, because we never know when our staffing level will be lowered. We may be on the other side of the situation.
That's asking for help on the other side.
Right.
Right,
Hopefully not, but
right.
Are you ready for motion?
No further comment?
No.
Or discussion? Do we have a motion to adopt resolution 23-120?
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt resolution 23-120. This is approving an intergovernmental agreement between La Plata County and Gilpin County to provide social services programs to the residents of La Plata County.
And I'll
Or,
second the motion.
do you want me to add the, with the cost not to exceed $30,000
Per year.
through, and this agreement is through December 31st, 2024.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. The motion passes 2-1. Thank you, Janie. Next on the agenda is item number 12. Resolution 23-121, awarding a contract to CSHQA for architect and engineering services for a new food pantry facility. Ryan Keenan, Facilities Director, present the resolution. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning.
Morning.
Okay, so on August 23rd, 2023, Gilpin County solicited contractors through a request for proposal process to provide the county with architect and engineer services for a new food pantry facility. 7 firms submitted proposals. Only 2 were within budget. Both proposals were reviewed by 3 different staff members within the county and were scored according to the listed criteria in the RFP. The combined scores from the 3 reviewers for were as follows for each of the firms within budget. CSHQA scored 9.35 out of 10. Colab Architecture scored 9.05 out of 10. Based on these scores, it's appropriate to award the bid and therefore contracting to CSHQA. Resolution brought forth to the Board of County Commissioners is to award the bid and contracting for architect and engineering services for a new food pantry facility with the total cost of the work performed not to exceed the budgeted $100,000 as executed by county manager with consultation by the county attorney.
Do you have a discussion from the commissioners or any questions on the proposed resolution?
I guess I know this is for the design, and I guess, we haven't really seen the proposed, any proposed square footage or anything. I know there's been a mention of 2,000 square feet. There's been a mention past year and just anecdotally through our meetings that this is not just a food pantry, but it's also a building that perhaps would have a couple of offices for human services staff related to the pantry or senior services, or something that coordinates with the location of the community center. Do you have anything yet besides what you showed as their proposal or projects they had worked on that were not food pantry? Had they done any food pantry?
Food pantries,
specifically?
not specifically a food pantry. I know one of their main and ongoing clients is Safeway, not only building out actual grocery stores for Safeway, but they continue to do the renovations. And I think that showed a really strong knowledge of types of buildings that handle food, basically, whether it's from loading and unloading, storing, maintaining. That was really their relevant experience, was really with working with Safeway as one of their main partners. And as far as our scope goes, which really is part of the RFP is, yes, we did give a really rough outline for them, about 2,000 square feet, about a 4,000 square foot parking lot, has to include safe loading and unloading of food. And we discussed that the current setup wants to be redesigned, but to maintain the ability for individuals to shop. So that type of layout, those rough parameters were given. As part of the RFP, though, it is discussed that actually, finalizing this scope is going to involve, whoever the awarded contractor is would have to hold stakeholder meetings, and we would define and refine scope and design together. We're not going to have it set out at this point, but that is part of the work they are intended to do there, to lead that those types of meetings, so we can get to a point where hopefully the majority agree on exactly what this building might look like.
I'm looking on their proposal. On their proposal, they say they're under proposal understanding. Design a space to give visitors the same experience that anyone shopping in any grocery store is critical. A small amount of cooking and related facilities will be needed to provide hot meal services. So that's what they've indicated, and that their understanding of the design. But as you indicated, part of their scope of work was to do a stakeholders meetings to determine the final design. Question I had is, so looking at this, there was no timeline. They did break it out into scope of work and different categories of scope of work. They gave pricing for each one and the hours required, but there was no timeline. How long do they anticipate that this would take to complete?
So we had an interview after we had narrowed down some of the candidates with CSHQA, Colab, and one other firm, Juniper Road. And that was one of the things that was brought up. Part of it is going to be contingent upon us as the stakeholders, obviously, but they felt like if things moved smoothly, there weren't a lot of hangups and scope changes, and working through that process, that this could be completed in a year. And just to be clear, part of what's the price they broke out on the last page there, they have tasks 1 through 5. Tasks 1 through 3 get us to construction drawings. Tasks 4 and 5, task 4 is bid review. So they would help us through the process of looking for actual contractors for construction, things like that. And task 5, construction administration, they would be the lead administrator on construction itself. So those 2 items, we would likely be looking at a phased setup of getting through task 1 through 3. And tasks 4 and 5 would obviously hinge on moving forward into construction. But all of those tasks are still within budget. So it's, I think part of the timeline, yes, it'll be contingent upon us. I don't want to just say, it'll be what it'll be. That will be a part of contracting. But part of it is, when do we start contracting? So they didn't outline a specific timeline with dates. But as far as time frame goes, they felt like they can complete this amount of work in a year.
And they do give a breakout of their proposed number of hours per each task as
Yes.
well. I noticed that.
I know that you've been having discussions with human services staff and the county manager, and they seem like they're the best department to be helping you determine the scope as part of the stakeholders, but also outside of the stakeholder public meetings.
I think internally, we have, yes, through human services, they can help tell us what we need the end product to look like, to make sure it functions correctly. I can spend the time on this and have something that isn't going to work for them. They have been good so far in helping us understand the broad, the big picture, what this might look like. And I think they have a really solid understanding of what they want this to look like. And as we move forward in those meetings, it won't just be, I don't intend it to be just human services involved. I think there's going to be a lot of participation internally here at the county to make sure everyone's, everyone's opinions are being considered, and this works for everyone.
Well, I want to comment that I did not approve to move forward with this request for proposal. And because I don't really believe that building a new food pantry is the best interest of all the citizens of Gilpin County. And so that's just a statement. If there's no further questions or comments about this to Ryan, do I have a motion to accept resolution 23-121?
Yes, I'll move to adopt resolution 23-121, awarding a contract to CSHQA for architect and engineering services for a new food pantry facility.
And I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. Motion passes 2-1.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
Great, thank you, Ryan.
Thanks for all your work.
Next, on the agenda, I would like a motion to have a motion to recess as the Gilpin County Board of Commissioners and convene as the Gilpin County Board of Health.
Madam Chair, I move that we recess as a Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Board of Health for Gilpin County.
And I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 3-0. And we have resolution 23-121, adopting the Gilpin County Community Health Improvement Plan. Elisa Witt, Public Health Coordinator, to present the resolution.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is my microphone on? Is it working? Okay, great.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Commissioners, as we have talked about previously, the Colorado Department of Public Health and the Environment requires every local public health agency to produce a
5-year community health improvement plan. Our current community health improvement plan is expiring at the end of this year. And we had a work session to go over the process and some of the data for the new plan that's been developed. And we do have a deadline of December 31st to submit the plan to the state according to Colorado statute. I also want to qualify that I would like to make some changes to the current plan. We just are up against a deadline. I originally thought I had another week. I was going to have it presented on 12/19, and I know the schedule has changed for the BLCC. So the current plan that you have in your hands my intention and my request is that I do revise it again in the first quarter of next year. Well, I should revise that statement, that I would suggest that whoever is the public health director in next year do that. That would be my recommendation.
I know during our work session that we had various comments throughout that work session. And one thing that I wanted to make sure was that it was clear that a lot of the percentage values in here were based on information from 2020, which is right at the height of COVID. And so we are comparing information from today from our region to information that was provided when one of the worst pandemics in 100 years. So I want to make sure that's clear in the report and so that people can understand that.
Right. So your suggestion, Madam Chair, is that we add a paragraph explaining that the data may have been skewed. Probably some of the data probably was skewed due to this public health emergency, the pandemic. I agree with that suggestion. Thank you.
And in addition, there was recent surveys done within the county from your department with more up-to-date relevant information. So just want to make sure that's out there and in the report.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you for making the changes that we did discuss in the work session. I think the ones I remember mentioning have been made. I'm assuming they all were incorporated.
Yeah. Well, there is one change I noticed that did not get incorporated. Well, actually, it was my suggested change that I would like to point out. Excuse me. So we had discussed at the work session that some of the data is Gilpin specific epidemiological data, and that much of the data is regional data. Health Statistics Region 17, which includes Park, Clear Creek, Teller, and Gilpin County. So I did not design I don't have the software is my point that was used to develop this report. So I didn't realize that I couldn't myself make some minor changes because it had to do with font. And so what I had requested from the report designer is that the data that was Gilpin region be more highlighted in the report, put it in italics, so that anybody reading the report would know, it'd be more pointed out that it was regional data and not Gilpin data. So that change is not in your current report. That's one of the changes I'd like to make in January, or I'm sorry, that the public health director should make in January. And there's a couple of others, but I'll wait till I tell you what I think should be changed. I would like to hear what your recommendations are as well.
And so are you looking at changing this document? I do have a suggestion. I figured this was pretty final.
I did check with CDPHE and the report can be resubmitted to them at any time. We're just up against the statute deadline of December 31st to submit a report. So.
But you would like this version to be submitted?
Correct.
Or are you able to make changes after today?
Yeah, we could make some changes because it is before December. We have till December 31st. Yeah, but the resolution, because of the board meeting schedule.
Sure.
Yeah, is today.
So are the majority of changes that you're recommending for January are mostly clarifications?
Well, actually, in the main body of the report, the epidemiological data, everything up until the priority section, then yes, that would be true. They would be more, I mean, adding a little bit more clarification as Chairwoman Mornis suggested regarding the data differences because of the pandemic. And then again, pointing out what is regional data, just a few clarifications, structural clarifications. The major part that I want to, I keep saying because I've been in this position for 2 years, and hopefully if I'm selected, I'll be in the position in January, but that's not been decided yet. But what I would suggest is that the section on the priorities be not the priorities themselves, but the way it's structured and how it's presented be pretty different so that it's more clear, since there's a community document. And if you notice, and this is something I think should have been looked at first, just to give you an example, this is our current 5-year health plan, and you see how it's laid out. I would prefer going back to that format in terms of showing activities that would help us meet the objectives, definitely having the objectives all measurable, which is in your current copy, but having it structured a little bit differently to have more clarity as to the activities the department will do to reach those goals and objectives.
Just on the goals and objectives
Correct.
pages. Okay. Yeah. So did you two have suggestions specific for her that you wanted done before December 31st version?
Not based on our previous work session.
Just what you said already about the caveat. Okay. I do have one. I kind of mentioned this in the work session, but I don't see under the current resources for food on page 21.
Yep.
I mentioned that it's lengthy for one of the items, the last one, but I also think that I'm reading that they say they offer a food bank, which I think is misleading. I know I've been there and they have a shelf and they put some things out. It's not a food bank. So I'm just wondering if you could just strike that out of there.
Yes, I can. I agree with you.
Because they also say they offer a community food share, which is the purchase part.
Yes. I'm sorry, is the community food share?
I believe that's where they sell shares and
Oh.
people can pick them up or have them delivered. So that's mentioned in there. So
Oh,
that's
so
separate.
that's not really food. That's more of a business model.
That's separate
situation?
though. That's food shares.
Yeah, that's
but-
not part of the food pantry or it's not a food. I don't know as much as you do. I apologize about.
Oh,
that
it's
business.
just striking out that they offer a food bank
Okay,
because
that's
that's
it.
misleading.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for adding the schools. So we're not just focused on one school since
Yeah.
our kids attend
Absolutely.
many schools.
Right. We also added the acronym key, which I think is important in the priorities because we couldn't, every organization we work with practically is an acronym. So we wanted to-
That's true.
When will these be available to the public?
Well, we will submit them to CDPHE, who does make them available on their website. But I will request that they wait to make it available on their website until the new version, the revised version is adopted in January, which I will bring before the board. I'm not sure. Again, I keep saying I'm so sorry. I have to correct myself. The public health director would likely bring it to the board. If not January, then early in 2024.
And then it'll be available on our website as well.
Yes.
So you want us to focus between now and first quarter you're going to be focusing on the the priorities.
Right, right. Making them, they're not, the priorities themselves will not change. That's something that we spent,
The format.
just the format and the explanation and having more information about how those will be achieved.
Benchmarks, you mean?
Correct.
So you would like us to adopt this resolution as is with the caveat that, again, it'll be updated in the first quarter.
Correct. Thank you. That would be my request.
Thank you. Any further comments from the commissioners?
No, not at this time. I don't have any.
Okay, hearing no further comment, do I have a motion to adopt resolution? Sorry, where am I? 23-121.
123. Don't we just say it?
Yes, just go ahead and say it. I can't find the resolution number.
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt resolution 23-123. This is approving the 2024 through 2028 Gilpin County Community Health Improvement Plan.
And I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the motion passes 3-0.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Commissioners.
you for your work.
Do I have a motion to adjourn as the Gilpin County Board of Health and reconvene as the Gilpin County Board of Commissioners?
I'll move that we adjourn as the Board of Health and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, aye, sorry.
Aye. Motion passes 3-0. Thank you. Gilpin County Board of Health is hereby adjourned, and we will now reconvene as the Gilpin County Board of County Commissioners. Item number 14 on our docket is Resolution 23-105, authorizing the execution of facility use agreement with Gilpin County 4-H. Sarah Bachek, paralegal, to present the resolution.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Good morning, Sarah.
Okay, I don't know if this thing's on. Is it on?
I think so.
Okay,
Mhm.
I
It
can't
is.
tell.
This has to be really close.
Get all up in there. Okay. So this is basically we're just doing a new lease to extend a relationship that has been ongoing with Gilpin County 4-H. Their current lease is set to expire at the end of this year, so we just want to get this in place to ensure that they are still able to access the storage room that we allow them to lease at the exhibit barn, which is on the property by the rec center. This term of the agreement will start January 1 of 2024 and expire December 31st of 2026. Rent shall be $1 per year. And again, it's just one of the storage rooms in the exhibit barn, more specifically identified in Exhibit A as a storage closet under the eaves on the north side. Do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions on the resolution itself, other than consider an error on the resolution down past the fourth whereas. Now therefore, the first line, I will read it and then I will tell you what I think the correction should be. Approves the facility use agreement between Gilpin County and Gilpin County 4-H and finds that the is deemed, I would change that, and finds it is deemed to be the best interest, to be in the best interest of the county and its inhabitants. That
Change the to it.
Yeah.
not to it.
I'm sorry, change is to it?
Change
No.
the.
Yeah.
to it.
The to it.
Is
At it.
it.
is.
And finds that it is deemed.
You see it on yours.
No, because,
It's number 1.
Item number 1.
well, I don't know, 'cause I pulled this off the one I submitted. I don't know if mine was revised before going into the packet.
Could you have something else on yours?
This is the one I submitted, but I'm not,
I will
it
show you.
doesn't read the same as the one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, so yeah, I was looking at the wrong one. Sorry about that. I didn't realize they had changed it. Okay, I'll have to get this copy from you to make the change, Lindsay. Okay, perfect. Sorry about the confusion.
Oh, okay.
Then any other questions or changes in the lease itself?
No.
Just
No.
always happy to have 4-H in our county.
If not, do I have a motion to adopt a resolution? Get this one right, 23-105.
I'll move that we adopt resolution 23-105, authorizing the execution of facility use agreement with Gilpin County 4-H.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 3-0. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, it's you again.
Me again.
It's nice. Okay. Next on the agenda is item 9, number 515, resolution 23-36, authorizing the execution of information technology professional services agreement with Terex Incorporated. Sarah Bachek, paralegal, to present the resolution. Hi, Sarah.
Hello, commissioners. I just want to point out, I'm not sure if on the agenda, but I show that this resolution number is actually 23-116.
Yes.
Okay,
That's what it
I'm
said.
sorry. So yes, this is again, essentially, we're continuing a service that we previously had, in this case with our IT company Terex. Their current contract is set to expire at the end of this year. We are only extending this out till the end of June though, with the intent of putting an RFP out, to see, we have any other applicants that are interested.
So one of the goals that the commissioners established is to put out an RFP for contracts every 3 years. This contract's been in place for quite a bit longer than that. And there were so many activities going on and we wanted to make sure this was done right. We all need some additional time, and the vendors also agreed for the additional time. So it's continuing the existing contract for additional 6 months, as we discussed about bringing on a particular staff person to support us on IT, as well as looking at finding a vendor for our IT needs.
I did ask County Manager Rears to confirm that Appendix 1 and 2 are the exact same appendices in the original contract. There was no changes.
There was a minor change that Terex suggested. I believe it was under Appendix 1. It was a minor change and it was due to a change in like our software services that service was null and void at this point, I believe, is along those lines. It wasn't anything in regards to the amount that we're paying, no big substantive issues. But when we sent it over to them for their final review and approval, they had pointed out like, why don't you remove this from Appendix 1? Because we're not doing it anymore.
Okay.
I do have a question on Appendix 1, just for clarification. It might be for Terex. What does CCSS priority software and databases? What is that?
I have no idea.
That's all. That's one thing. Someone, Terex is going to answer that question. Yes, please.
Good morning.
Good morning. Morning. Please introduce yourselves.
My name is Jessica Kays. I am a co-owner of Terex Inc.
And Tobias Tonelli, co-owner of Terex Inc.
In reference to the CCSS proprietary software and databases, this is a really old system that the sheriff's office uses, that we do maintain, but we don't know how the software was developed, so we just do the maintenance on the hardware. We don't do any maintenance on the software itself.
That was the only question I had.
Okay. I don't know if other commissioners had any questions, but.
No, I was fine with.
They've been providing services for the county for a while, and so since this is just that 6-month extension. Yeah. We're ready for it.
Yeah, I'm sorry I made you walk all the way up here.
Yeah,
to see what was-
Okay, it's good to see you.
There you go.
That's on the way up.
Oh.
Are you ready for a motion?
Yes, I'm on.
Madam Chair.
To adopt.
Madam Chair, I move that we adopt Resolution 23-116. This is authorizing the execution of information technology professional service agreement with Terex Inc. With that one text correction. Is it correct in this one?
It's in the version you have, the minor
It's already shown and it's been
adjustment
removed
from the previous contract.
Okay.
Do you want to?
Oh, yeah, that was already removed. This one that's being presented to you out of Appendix 1, do you remember specifically?
Can you tell us what you did remove, just for clarity?
I'd have to pull my laptop out. I don't, it was a small, like I said, because Appendix 1 is, I believe it's 2 pages that outlines all the specific services, and one of them we removed because we no longer were working on it.
I do remember removing the email filtering because we don't do that anymore. It's now all done through Microsoft 365. So we removed that portion.
That sounds like that's what it
And
was. I think that was it.
Anything else like out of our exclusions that have changed or anything else?
No, it wasn't under the exclusions. It was definitely under. Yep, it was, I'm sorry, it was on Appendix 2, under the bullet points. There was.
They're already done.
Yes.
Okay, then I'll
I presented it to you.
I'll restate my motion.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve resolution 23-116, authorizing the execution of information technology professional service agreement with Terex Inc.
I'll second the motion.
Right. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 3-0.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Great,
Tobias
thank
and
you.
Jessica. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Sarah. Next item on the agenda is item number 16, resolution 25-115, amending the master policy procedure manual, public records requests policy P9, community garden policy P10, signature stamp policy P11, website policy P12. Sam Bauer, administrative analyst, presents resolution.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning. Good morning.
So these 4 policies that we're bringing for your approval today are the same ones that we reviewed last week during the work session. There were a few changes, so I will just highlight those real quick. The community garden policy remains unchanged from the previous work session, and as does the signature stamp policy. Those are identical. There was one very small change on the the records request policy. Simply just changing the hours from Monday through Friday to Monday through Thursday. That is That's on section 6.2 of that policy. Then there were a number of changes that were made to the website policy as well. One of the most important ones is including our accessibility requirements as required by state law. So you'll now see that new language is contained under 4.1.10 of that policy. I'm happy to read that if you would like.
Please do.
All web content must adhere to applicable accessibility requirements. In the state of Colorado, all web content hosted by local governments must adhere to requirements set forth in the most recent version of the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, or WCAG, of the World Wide Web Consortium. Web publishers should review these requirements to ensure all content remains in compliance with state law.
I have a question to the board. Do we know when that's going to, needs to be implemented? The requirement, or has it been passed and?
The accessibility.
Accessibility, ADA.
It was passed, and I believe the final implementation date is July 1st or June 30th next year. But I know that there has been proposed legislation to extend that to allow counties more time to be in compliance.
And for the draft budget for 24, there are funds for an audit of our website to identify any issues as well.
In case it is required to be implemented. Thank you.
There are a few other provisions that were added as well. One is 6.1.11, which reads, unless security or service considerations dictate otherwise, all content on the website should be accessible by the public without the use of an account or specialized application. This is just to ensure that anybody that's looking at content on the website is able to do so freely within their browser. And then the line below that as well is new, 6.1.12. Editors should regularly review their pages to ensure up-to-date information is posted and outdated information is removed.
Thank you.
And then, sorry, two more additional provisions that have been added. Just below that, 7.3. Annual audits must include a review for accessibility to ensure all web content adheres to the WCAG as required by state law. So as we discussed last week, there's an annual audit provision as part of this policy, just to ensure that the website's held to a high standard. And now we're just very clearly delineating that accessibility considerations are going to be part of that audit. And then the final additional provision is 7.4. The website committee will ensure that it consults with department heads throughout the annual audit process. As it's set out now, the website committee can be served by directors or certain departments. It doesn't have to be. So this just ensures that when we are going through and auditing each department's page, that we are working closely with that department head to ensure what information is on there is current and what is needed for the public.
And section 5, I believe, is new as well.
Section 5.
Yes. Retention of board
Yes,
documents.
yes. And this was requested by the board as well. 5.0. This is the retention of Board of County Commissioner documents on the website. So as we discussed last week, BOCC minutes are to be retained for 5 years past the meeting date. BOCC meeting video recordings are to be retained for 13 months past the meeting date, and budgets are to be retained for 8 years past the approval of each year's budget. And that is the extent of all the changes for this policy and all the other policies. So this resolution, again, will approve all 4 of these policies and then include them in the master policy and procedure manual.
Okay. Do you have any questions or comments? Mr. Bowers?
No, thanks for incorporating all of our feedback from the work session.
Mhm. Okay. Do I have a motion to adopt resolution 23-115?
I'll move that we adopt resolution 23-115, amending the master policy and procedure manual to include public records request policy, P9, community garden policy, P-10, signature stamp policy, P-11, and website policy, P-12.
I second.
A motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the motion passes 3-0. Thank you, Sam.
Commissioners.
Thank
Okay,
you,
thank you, Sam.
Next on the agenda is item number 17, adopting a schedule of public meetings for the Board of County Commissioners for 2024. Lindsay Denton, Deputy Clerk to the Board of Commissioners, to present.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm just gonna stay right here if you don't mind. Before you, you'll find the resolution to approve the calendar meeting dates for next year, 2024. This is the BOCC meeting dates. The exhibit is included. This was revised earlier today. We did revise moving April 23rd to April 30th, so that should be reflected in your revised copy. And then if there's any other questions, I will answer any questions that you have. I'm sorry?
A typo.
Okay.
There's a typo on here. On the
Just
resolution.
says scheduled meeting date. Should just have dates.
Okay.
On the resolution, on item 1, it says adopt the schedule of meeting date. So meetings dates or meeting dates, just add the S. Thank you.
So this resolution obviously is for business meetings. This does not include work sessions, but the regular meetings for 2024.
And it retains the second and fourth Tuesdays as
Correct.
we did this year. There's no discussion. Do I have may I have a motion to adopt resolution 23-118?
Madam Chair, I move that we accept resolution 23-118. This is adopting a schedule of public meetings for the Board of County Commissioners of Gilpin County for 2024.
And I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the motion passes 3-0. Next on the agenda is item number 18, Gilpin County Senior Contingent Ground Lease Agreement. Brad Benning to present.
Thank you, Commissioners. We'll have our guests come up here on their way.
Hello.
Please introduce.
Oh, yes, would you please introduce yourselves for the record?
Senator Jeannie Nicholson. Ruth Arnold on the board.
John Pino, another board member.
Thank you. So I've recently drafted the agreement, the contract for senior living, and copies presented. The goal is to work with you on that as far as, again, I know I have some the format of the contract that you proposed. In my opinion, again, not to be, we all have our own preferences, but I think it need to be clear, and obviously the milestones, the things that we need to meet are front and center in this agreement, which is, I think, one of the most important items in the contract. And one of the things that we talked about as a board, that was what we were trying to flesh out last time. And then, of course, there's timing associated with that. And as you'll see in the contract, there is provision given for the Board of County Commissioners to adjust that timing depending on their preference as they go along. So they have that discretion if that timeline is not met. So there is some give in that. And again, this is a project that a big project with a lot of pieces, and the timing again is something that it's not perfect science, but we're trying to get to those items. So and again, the goal after this meeting, after the board reviews and does give me their comments on the contract and their concerns or changes, the goal is to work with you. And I think I've reviewed your contract, and there are pieces that I think that I can see why would be beneficial to you. There's some terms and to the county. And so I do want to work with you on that to get that contract resolved. So, with that, I'll defer to the commissioners on the contract itself if they have reviewed or have any questions.
My only comment, I'm giving them a copy they can follow along. My only comment is that, the benchmarks are clear and concise and they have, timelines, so I appreciate them being in there. Because that's what we discussed as long as a year ago, was to have, clear benchmarks. And then if they're met, and the project can follow, go forward. And if they're not, then that would be, the end of the lease agreement unless it's renegotiated. And that's your intention?
Yes.
I would like some clarification on the discussion on water rights. I was a bit confused reading this about, and the statements in here and that county can, receive those water rights if the senior living does not live up to their part of the contract. Did I understand that properly?
So currently, and how this would work out is, again, I think the goal is the costs are on senior living as far as coming up with the funds to purchase those. And again, the actual operation of the water rights, when we get them, they would be changed, meaning they'd have to go through water court. There'd be a process for them to be changed to the county's use. And that would then be, and we would change it wherever we get the water rights. We don't know exactly where those would come from at this point. But we would change those in water court. And I say that would also be a cost on senior living. And I wanted to talk with you about this. My thought is, I think we want to be a active partner in this because it's on our property, and we don't want to have a project that is not correctly worked out, and as far as timing and resources and that sort of thing. I think that would be detrimental to all of us, especially since any work's being done is on our property. But once it is changed to our property, it would go through our system. So again, it would be changed to, we use the Justice Center wells as our water for the Justice Center complex. Those water rights would be added to that resource, and a change of water rights, and that would then be pumped. And of course, senior living would be then the last phase of the project is it's building senior living. And just for one quick clarification, this was proposed, and this is my understanding, but correct me if I'm wrong. This was planned to be a larger duplex development, but I did talk with Pat Johnson, and he indicated, and I did confirm with Commissioner or County Manager Ray Rears that we just don't have enough space. And I think you had reconsidered to a sixplex to accommodate that less space. So that's what I've drafted into the contract as you've seen. And again, what we're working on is that concept. And I don't believe we have a property designated yet. I know there was some, and I wasn't on the site visit, but I know there was some research on where they could be. So that's something we'll have to figure out as well. But yes, so again, costs on senior living, but I think I recommend we're an active partner. That may be meaning that we have our own water consultants. If they're paying for that and it's quicker and it gets things done, it might be to our benefit and everyone's benefit. But I think we want to look at efficiencies, but also again, I don't want to encumber the county or make that hard on the county. So, and I think we have a good working group, so we can come to some decisions on that.
Thanks for clarifying that.
Sure. And just one other thing you have seen, there's a lot more detail on what we want. We do want to use on-site wastewater treatment systems. And again, why that is and where we want to put it is in the Ralston Creek drainage. That is where we have less water rights, and we want the return flow from that can be beneficial to us and for water court reasons and augmentation. Augmentation just means when we pump our Justice Center well, we have to replace that because we're not very senior. We have a decent right, but we don't have very senior. So most people on Ralston Creek are Vada, Denver. They're the big users. They use a lot of the water, and so we have to augment our use because we're junior to them. So when we pump, we've got to pay them back. So yeah. I know that again, I think getting back to the comments on the contract, I heard from Commissioner Hollingsworth about you like the format as far as the timelines and the detail as far as the contingencies. Yeah, okay. So that's helpful. Anything else on that document itself?
See anything substantially different than before.
And I think what the goal is, again, John, to your point, again, I think you're a good drafter. I would like to use some of those. Oh, maybe not, maybe not. Patrick may, I think. Sorry, so I'll give Patrick the credit. But there are some terms in there that, again, I imagine senior living will attempt to finance this potentially, loans or whatever. There's some provisions that I think that were in your contract, I think should be added for that reason, and I think that would be fine. And I do understand you would likely need a commitment and policy for that purpose to get financing. So I'm going to take that from your contract and put it back in here. And then again, I'm looking at other terms that I think are helpful and not bad for the county, but I think that's fine. And 'cause I know the commissioners want this to be a success, so I want to help in that process. So we'll go through your contract and pick out those items, and I'd love to hear your and John's terms on what they think is the most important.
So I do have a question on the process. You're gonna make some changes. We'll review it. They'll review it. Or the two parties will review it and then bring it to the commissioners for final approval.
Yes, so what my next step I anticipate is we schedule a meeting, Pat Johnson and John yourself, if you're involved in that, and sit down and go through our current contract here, the new one, and then what provisions from your contract we can take and are good adds. And then we can bring that back to the board and then see if we can get a decision on that and any other changes the board may have at that point.
We do have the option to conditionally approve this ground lease.
Yeah, so you could approve it as the form right now, and subject to our potential changes based on additional provisions that we might negotiate with.
I think it would be best that the senior living group get an opportunity to review it with their lawyers.
Absolutely.
That would be a condition.
Next step.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, that's, yeah.
The two conditions I was considering, if we wanted to approve it conditionally, would be that the Gilpin County Senior Living Board would accept it with changes. And that the second condition would be that the lot would be determined at a commissioners meeting in the first quarter of 2024 to put more definition to this process. But it's up to my fellow commissioners if they would like to do a conditional.
So conditional as to the form as it is in now, and then anything else we change.
If they accept it,
They accept it.
and then the lot after.
Okay.
I mean,
'Cause-
have you had a chance to review this a bit? I guess
Same
what
as-
would your comments be?
It's,
far as- Do you accept the majority of it in the phone lines?
We
benchmarks?
really haven't.
Yeah, it's not.
We
Oh, okay.
saw it 2 minutes ago.
Mhm.
And
It's-
so
Oh, okay.
obviously, we have not seen this document until today, at this very moment. But, I'm not, opposed to, Commissioner Hollingsworth's, motion because I think it is simply, intended to move the process along, with the understanding that, County Attorney Benning will get together with our County Attorney, Patrick Johnson, and perhaps one or more of our board members to make sure that any of the changes are still agreeable to us. And then we will get back with you as soon as County Benning asked to put this back on the agenda.
And I'll just add that this lease is a refinement of a lease that's come to the board the past two boards. It's kind of the same basis, but with refinements. So there may not be any big surprises in it.
Yeah, and not to anybody's discredit, I think Pat and I were like ships passing in the night. It seemed like we would get, I would send him stuff and not get a response, and he would send me stuff and maybe I didn't respond timely. But I know that again, I enjoy working with Pat, and I think we can get this done in an expedient manner. I think this is a great base, and like I said, I think we can pull from senior living's contract things that are helpful to them and that sort of thing. So yeah.
It sounds like to me, but I don't want to overstep, that this could be on the agenda for January 9th, the first regular meeting. And that would give everyone time to work through the details. And so a final draft could be presented to the board on January 9th.
With the resolution.
Yes.
That would be my preference, not to have the conditions on there. I mean, to have it come back in January after the senior living group has the time to review it. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what your conditions were, so I didn't.
That's okay. I'll make a motion that we place this on the January 9th, 2024 agenda to allow time for the parties to review it with the intention of approving it that date.
And I'll second motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 3-0. So thank you.
Thank
you. And
Do you want another copy? Do you want another copy? Okay. We have lots of copies.
John, would it be, can we talk just that briefly? I just wanted, if you, just wanted to get Patrick's availability.
It's probably better to talk to one.
Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you all.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks for sitting through the meeting.
It was entertaining.
Maybe.
Next on the agenda is, thank you all. Next on the agenda is County Attorney's report. Attorney Benning will present.
Commissioners, it's like. Okay, thank you again, commissioners. So as you may imagine, I've been working with our water consultants on water rights matters, Bishop Rogner Associates, on a number of fronts. And I know we're likely to talk about that here at an executive session later. Finalizing senior living lease is what we just worked on. And as we discussed, something I think we can get done here in the first quarter or by the January 9th. I'm working on a county roads memo. I'm very close to getting that done. I'm just reviewing a couple of things that have.
Just for clarification, that's for the defining the differences between the different types of roads within the county.
Well, there's a lot of road issues. So it could be people blocking roads. It could be, is it a public road, a private road, and all these things. So there's just a number of things that, 2477 roads, these roads that were allowed at a certain time by federal law. And there's just a number of issues that can be helpful to the county. And I do plan on talking with John Combs, obviously our road director of roads. So I just want to get some thoughts from him. We have talked, but yeah, he should be helpful in that getting that done. Aqua is.
Excuse me, Brad.
Yeah.
Sorry. Is the intention of the roads memo that would be a publicly available reference document as well?
I think it could, yes, it could be a
Alright.
public document. Yes. And just to that point, I know that one of the biggest things we get questioned about is roads, and it would be helpful for public to be aware of what the laws are. There's lots of disputes that happen between property owners and others saying it's my road and that sort of thing. So yes, I think it should be a public document we have on the website. Aqua, they've been working again on our 208 plan, and I've been working with them. Obviously, the Aqua also is an influential group that we've been getting grants and funding grants, and also writing letters of support to different projects that Aqua supports. So to help our drainage basin. Contracts I've reviewed here, command sourcing contract, Bohannon Huston contract, La Plata IGA, and then also worked with finance and audit on RFP, potential contract revisions to any RFP or that we might have, and in contracts. I did discuss with Blackhawk, Bradley Dahlem, and one of their engineers regarding the EIS EA for Blackhawk water projects. And we did get some answers. I think there were some, anyway, we did get some answers on those. So, and I know I've just sent those to the commissioners for your review. And then obviously had a good discussion here year end with Sarah, my super paralegal. We have a lot of projects we're anticipating in 24 priorities and talked about priorities and future focuses. So it was very helpful to sit down with her and us collaborate. So, thank
I
you.
have a comment on the Blackhawk water issue as far as their intention of putting a reservoir over by Paradise Valley. And I know we had requested from Blackhawk the opportunity to have public access to that reservoir. And the last comment we got from Blackhawk was that Paradise Valley was not leaning towards that. I was wondering if there's some way that the commissioners can meet with the homeowners of Paradise Valley to just talk to them about how we perceive community access and to find out what their concerns are. Maybe.
It's certainly, as commissioners,
I don't know.
I think a commissioner,
Yeah,
I think it
okay.
would be, but yeah, certainly reach out to them. I think you deal with the public. And so if you'd like to ask questions and get, yeah, so go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to bring up too that in our statewide county commissioners conference, there was a session about 1041 powers, and most counties have something in place. And I know that after that, we had individual thoughts that it's Gilpin County's time to put that in place, and that could relate to access and where things happen, projects happen in the unincorporated part of the county. So perhaps we can talk about that soon.
Yeah, so I did talk with Commissioner Baruman on this. So I think there are definitely win-wins looking at our 1041s. I am aware and talking with Director Gutierrez that our 1041s are woefully inadequate, it appears. And so we want to, there's some push to I say that there may be, I've reviewed them, but I definitely believe they could have some more work. And again, yeah, I'm happy to help in that in any way, shape or form as well. And I understand we may be contracting for that. So, yeah.
But it would be good to know if that's a board priority to move forward to 1031 and the level of importance on that, because we could bring some action to prove that forward while kind of pausing the overall effort as soon as January. If that's the direction of the board, we can move in that general direction as we kind of look to strengthen our 1041 powers matters of state interest.
I think having that authority would be good for the county, even if we didn't have anything at this point in time to address it, we would have that policy in
Yeah,
place.
see, and I think it's
Absolutely.
important, and we would in terms of this reservoir.
Right.
I think that's kind of, I know, opened my eyes as far as what our 1041 jurisdictions should be, and even in looking at other counties and some of their permitting processes.
I
that we move
agree
forward.
as well. There were concrete examples that other counties shared about when they had used their powers to make it more, the projects that were proposed more beneficial for the public at large. And that would give us that opportunity to put some more measures in there, more steps in the process.
And I do have an example of a 1041 document from Park County. I can give that to you if you want to start with something.
We had a few counties that said that we could either take theirs off their website or they would send them to us. So, yeah.
Great.
So
Sounds
yes.
like all three.
Yes.
It has a high priority.
Yes, it
Thank
is.
you.
So thank you.
Thank you, Commission. Nothing further. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Attorney Benning. Next on the agenda is County Manager's report. County Manager Ray Rears will now.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. You have my report in your packet. I'll hit a few highlights here. We do not have any current work sessions scheduled. I will bring kind of a list of topic and possible dates on our first meeting in January 9th. Tagging a few items. There's a number that we've discussed here today, as well as there's a few other ones in the queue. And I think I've heard from a few of you that the idea is not to have every work sessions every Tuesday. So we're trying to schedule that out, which I know staff would appreciate as well, because there's a lot of follow-up beyond the work session. So we'll be discussing maybe one work session a month or something versus every Tuesday. So I'll put together a schedule and a list for discussion in January of next year on that. EV charging grant, you're aware we received the 62.5 for that. I just wanted to say that publicly that we did receive that grant. I appreciate the staff for working on that so hard.
I do have a comment on that. Just
Yes.
to publicly state that the match for that grant is 62,500 as well.
That's what we have budgeted, is to double that, correct, for the project. Still working on policies, as you're well aware. The scanning filing project is moving very quickly. So the space behind you is going to be cleared out soon. I will be working with facilities on putting some cubicles in that area so that there's additional office space for commissioners. So the basement won't be necessarily the only.
We won't be
alternative.
wandering nomads
Yes.
any longer. I don't know.
Getting cold in the basement.
Right.
Still working with GAA and the Clear Creek Economic Development Corp. I know they're planning on presenting on January 9th. There's going to be a regional kind of outreach that you all will be invited to. Clearly, childcare has been a priority, and that's been elevated. Attended the town hall meeting. Ms. Lindsay Denson is facilitating that. The stakeholder group has been created. I think we have approximately 13 people or so on that stakeholder group. So they are going to be discussing childcare options from now into January, with a deadline of basically the end of January for them to come up with some recommendations. And those would be presented to the board at the first meeting in February. I think it's the 12th of February approximately. So that's kind of the time frame. So we hear from the stakeholders. We're not leading that effort. We're letting it be this organic effort. We have some incredible expertise in the community, very passionate about this issue. So we're waiting for that input. As you're also aware, there's a survey that's been out and we're promoting widely. And that survey closes at the end of the month, which will inform the stakeholders and the board's end decision as to what to do with the Eagles Nest property next. Benning sent up.
What it was suggested in the town hall that there be an addition to with their contact information. Was that added to the survey link?
I believe Lindsay's contact information is out there. There's a web page to this, and so her information is out there.
It was for them to submit theirs if they're interested in participating. That was a suggestion at the town
So
hall.
there is a website. We can share that with you. I don't know if you have more to add regarding that information. My understanding, there was a web page talking about this project.
Yeah, I updated our website to just give my information out. There wasn't anywhere, and maybe we could ask Sam if we could edit. I don't know if there's a way to edit the current survey. The electronic version would probably be the only one to be able to add an email address if people wanted to include their email address. We can
Either
certainly-
way, just so it's clear, if they want to help get a hold of you, that I think that works fine.
I did have
Yeah.
comments from people
Mhm.
over the weekend that they were able to contact and find the information without a problem on the website.
Okay.
So from what I've heard, it's
covered.
useful, yes.
Okay.
Attorney Benning has sent out a letter to the SBA, the lender for the previous child care provider. So they'll give them formal notice that the assets in there that are encumbered by the loan, that there's a process for them to retrieve it, and they need to retrieve it soon, so that doesn't hamper the process moving forward. So that's generally where we are with the childcare, and we're just waiting for the process to run its course. And then stay tuned in February on that. Completed the reviews for 16 staff members. Each staff member has some clear, smart goals, measurable goals. Some of them we've actually discussed today, including 1041 roadway standards and things of that nature. So each director and staff person has goals, and those are all tied into the board's overall goals as well. So looking forward to this next year now that we have these clear measurable goals established for staff moving forward. The community engagement officer first round of interviews has been completed. Second round will be later this week, as well as the interviews for the public health director position, as well for 2024. I attended the Association of Colorado Administrators Conference a few weeks ago. And then we have a few RFPs in the works. Housing needs, we're waiting for the grant award to come through so that we can bring it formally to the board for acceptance. Thorn Lake School, that's progressed. We're looking for a foundation driveway. We're going to be releasing an RFP for auditors very soon, and then obviously the RFP for IT services. There's a letter that was attached that the board signed earlier. That's just for reference for a letter of support for the Clear Creek watershed. And then there's the table for the grant update for you as well. So hit a lot of topics. I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Okay, I don't have any questions. If the other commissioners have any questions? Yeah.
No, just one on Brad for the letter for Eagles. Nest. Is there a timeline that was established or?
So I asked them to hear within in the next 3 weeks.
Oh, okay.
And I did, it's the Denver SBA. So I did contact them. I plan on contacting them at the end of the week if I don't hear something sooner. And again, essentially we're asking them to, if they want the collateral that they encumbered, we're requesting that they come in and take that. And I've copied Ryan, our director of facilities, to basically get them in the building and help them through that process. So
If I imagine they won't choose to take pint-sized chairs and kids' books, but if they do not, if they decline, will they just sign some kind of a release saying we're not interested? And then the county
yes.
will decide.
I'm going to request something in writing to that effect, that they basically don't want the items. Frankly, I think they probably, well, since they have them now, they're kind of responsible for that as well. But I think if the board wants to handle that, and we could, they don't want them, we dispose of them or we sell them or whatever we want to do. But it would be basically they transfer that collateral to us if that's our choice. Otherwise, we can request that they remove them. And if they don't want them, they may be trash, and we don't want to take on that burden. So I'll work both of those angles if that's the board's position, and we can go from there.
And another option is a new provider may want to utilize things that are sturdy.
And that's what I've actually, in the letter that I sent, is saying we want to do this quickly because we're trying to repurpose that building, and we'd like to have that as soon as possible. And it may for a county purpose, or would that be for another public or a corporate nonprofit or whoever. So yes, the idea is to get that cleaned out and ready for county decision and use by in some other way in the future. So yeah.
This is kind of something that was brought up earlier about disposing of county items. And once, this had to do with G-Cart when things were put into the dumpster and then citizens came and took them out of the dumpster. I don't know if we want a policy saying that's acceptable or not acceptable. Right now, it is acceptable to take things out of the county dumpsters. And I don't know, that's going to be an issue if we end up throwing things away from Eagles Nest or not.
So we currently already have a policy for liquidation of these types of items in the county, and was recently added into the policy manual as well. I forget which number, 8, 9, I think.
About taking things that are discarded.
Not out of dumpsters,
I
but
think that-
disposing of.
That's
That's
her
my
question
concern.
is,
Is that.
if something goes in a trash
Yeah.
can, can the public take it? Or
And I know when I worked in business, even if it was in a dumpster, it was still considered a company property until it was removed from the property. So employees didn't go take things out of the dumpster or a storage area or something like that. So it seemed odd to me that that was allowed, if that is allowed in Gilpin County, that people can go into the dumpsters and take things out without
It's-
any issues.
It's allowed on public property, but not on private. But we did discuss posting that it's not allowed. So
I've
that
kinda
might be
just wanna-
something to
if
talk about
For some
further.
reason, we've got several dumpsters outside the Eagle's Nest. I'd be concerned about people hurting themselves or doing something trying to get in there and take things.
I
That's
can,
all.
I can work with Public Works and make sure there's signage on the dumpsters that not to enter, something of that nature. I'll work with Public Works on the signage.
Right, just,
That addresses, right? That would address what you're talking.
I think so. If we had signage on there, then people were doing this at their own risk. Anything else for County Manager Rears? If not, then next on is the Commissioner's report and Commissioner Berman, what you want to start?
Well, just to verify, we've been busy with work sessions as well as the town hall meetings. And I guess congratulations for the Winter Arts Festival because that went really well over the weekend. Saturday was great. The snow didn't stop as many people as the wind did on Sunday. So that was the only thing.
Also, I want to state that Commissioner Berman was on television on Channel 7 and they were, we interviewed her at the Arts Festival.
For the Eagle's Nest.
Yeah, they were there to follow up on the Eagle's Nest. So they were lucky because when I was chatting with a reporter, they were just going to head up here and wander around until they found people. So on a normal Sunday, the rec center would have been closed. So they were there. And we did have a couple of parents speak and they did a great job as well.
And I was lucky because Commissioner Berman happened to walk in. They asked me if I would want to be interviewed and she gladly obliged and did a nice job.
Yes. And you can go on YouTube or something and see it if you want to.
Correct.
Or on Channel 7.
Channel 7 News. Commissioner Hollingsworth?
Well, it seems like so long ago, but I guess if we go back, we were at the CCI Winter Conference. I think you mentioned we were going, but we all did attend, learn a variety of things. Probably the things I'll mention are we did have our Gateway to Rockies Opioid Council meeting yesterday, and we started to approve some of the opioid funding from the applications. And so some were approved and some were tabled. So some of the money is going to be going out into the 3-county region in January, and then others will be later. And then they also announced that the next round, which the applications are due in a date in March, I can't recall the exact date. It's even more funding. It's $5.3 million of funding that will be available to the 3-county region for the same 5 categories. So that's very exciting. Yeah. And then all of you have received a notice that Jefferson Center for Mental Health is in negotiations. And so now the cat's out of the bag. It's something we've been working on as a board. They are looking at merging with Well Power, which is a Denver-based mental health organization. And Jefferson Center is the largest in the state now. So this will give even more power, and they offer complementary services. And so because funding for community health, mental health centers is decreasing, this will help them financially as well to join forces.
I want to just let us to know that in the next board meeting, commissioners will be held on December 19th in this location. That's an upcoming meetings where 2 or more county commissioners may be in attendance. That I'd say also I was able to go to the arts festival, but my job is to set up and tear down the booth. So didn't get to do much else, but it did look very well attended.
You actually, I was at staffing a few booths as a volunteer, and Commissioner Mornis came by and did some little shopping at the Rotary booth,
Spent money.
which is appreciated.
I think hopefully a lot of people spent money. That would be good for the community. I think that's all. Next is public comments, and this is time for final public comments. And we have Kathleen to speak. Thank you.
Kathleen Bell, 4392 Tchaikovsky Road. I just wanted to tell Lindsay, I haven't filled out that survey yet because the first page, they're not all non-applicable. I'm helping because of my expertise in the childcare field, not because I have children in daycare. So I went non-applicable, got to the next page, non-applicable, went to the next page. Then I had to fill in the dots. It won't let me go past or do my public comment at the end, just why I'm helping and everything. So I just want you to know, I'm still on the list. I still want to help with this, with the steering committee. I just am unable to fill out that silly survey online. Okay. Okay, perfect. Thanks. And we'd still love to get a tour if we can get that building open to anybody on that steering committee to know what it's like, especially for people who may have the money to put in there themselves for their own business. So.
That'd be great. Thank you, Kathleen.
The survey is definitely geared for people with kids in need to identify a need. But whether you're able to complete the survey or not, shouldn't preclude anyone from participating in the steering committee. So.
And
thank you
at
for
the
doing that.
town hall, there were people that said, I don't have children. And I said, well, you know, people that do, and so I just said, there's a comment section.
Yeah.
So
But you weren't able to get to the comment section
online.
online. Okay.
So any,
There are some paper versions downstairs on the table by the treasurer's office.
and your contact is Lindsay Denton as well. So
Is there anyone online?
there is no one online, Madam Chair.
Seeing none, I'm going to close the public or press, I forgot to say, or press comment. Do we have anything? No?
No
Okay.
press comment.
Then I'll close up public comment, and I would like a motion with, if there are no objections, we will now recess to a meeting to the executive session.
Did we choose to recess?
I think it's the safe bet because we don't know necessarily the outcome of this discussion.
All right, Madam Chair, I move that we recess to executive session to discuss the potential acquisition of real property under CRS 246402-4A to determine matters that may be subject to negotiation and instructing negotiators under CRS 246402-4E and to receive legal advice from the county attorney on matters related to the prior stated reasons for the executive session under CRS 246402-4B.
I'll second the motion. Okay. A motion and a second, all in favor? Aye. The County Board of Commissioners will recess to executive session. Is now reconvened at 1:30. May I have do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Madam Chair, I move that we adjourn the commissioners meeting at 1:30.
I second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion to adjourn the Board of County Commissioners meeting has passed 3-0. Time now is 1:30. This meeting of the Board of County Commissioners is now adjourned.
I'm gonna get you a toy.